Suffice it to say that we stand in one of the most momentous periods of human history. And in these days of emotional tension, when the problems of the world are gigantic in extent and chaotic in detail, all men of goodwill must make the right decisions. And on Tuesday, 1 week from today, the people of this nation must decide whether they want America to remain true to the great words of the founding fathers. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We must decide whether those words will be firmly etched into the structure of our nation, or whether we will allow our nation to be relegated to a second-rate power in the world with no moral voice. We must decide next Tuesday whether America will take the high road of justice and peace and compassion for the poor and underprivileged, or whether this nation will tread the low road of man's inhumanity to man, of injustice, of short-sightedness. And each of us has a moral responsibility, if we are of voting age and if we are registered, to participate in that decision. I come here to urge every person under the sound of my voice to go to the polls on the 3rd of November and vote your convictions. Now, I know you're intelligent people, and I don't need to tell you who you should vote for. I don't have any fear about that. You know who to vote for. I'm just asking you to vote. Now, just if you need, very seriously, never before in the history of our nation has a candidate for the presidency taken such a negative stand on the demands of our Judeo-Christian heritage for justice and understanding, goodwill, and compassion for the poor and peace. And so all men of goodwill will go to the polls on November the 3rd. And I hope we will have a great day in our nation, so that when we wake up on the 4th of November, we will know that America has made the right decision.
10-year-old boy, right? Me and this boy, this I said. Apparently, these are the boys that the Tinubu government arrested, that they were flying Russian flag. All these children where you see like this now, they go prison because they could not secure bail for them. They are going to the prison now. They could not secure bail for them. Now the question is this: what does this boy know about flag? This boy does not even have a basic education, let alone knowing that he flew a flag. So you are charging all these kids for treason. Me, I just came out of cell, and I was with them. That's the craziest part. This morning I was going to pee when I woke up. I was going to pee when I saw this boy. I was like, this boy is my children. So now we came to court. They could not grant their bail. They have adjourned the case. So where are they going to sleep? They are going to sleep beside the cell again. And already they've stayed for more than 90 days. Today is the 93rd day. 93 days for all the children seated everywhere. Today is the 93rd. This one boom. This one only. Oh. Which food? This one only. See how this boy did. And all the way from Kano. Where they carry from? From Kano. Brought them from Kano to Abuja. Where's their parents? Their parents now go they cry. Nobody. See them. All these are kids. 10 years old. How old are you? And the best condition. 14 years. All of them are less than 17 years old. It's crazy. It's crazy and it's not fair. Come on.
We brought to the court today, all of them are adults. Most of them are married men. None of them is a minor. Some of them are university graduates. The small kids you are seeing here, They came with some of their parents to come and greet their loved ones. They are not even the real suspect standing trial in this case. These boys were arrested in Kaduna and Zaria. Imagine the level we find ourselves now. Do you know how much it costs us to be at this level of a democracy in this country? These young boys are trying to destabilize Nigeria using the Russian flags and other countries, calling on the military to remove our president. Is it fair to even remove the state governors that they don't want democracy again? If you don't like democracy, are we forcing you? You go back home and sit. Everybody is enjoying their fundamental rights. Nobody is abusing their rights. Everybody is enjoying free movement, and everything's are moving fine in the country. These boys, only for no reason, they started protests, violent protests with the flags, foreign flags, Russian flags. Haba, is that what we want in this country? Don't mind the Defense Council. They will always say something to tarnish the name of Nigerian police. It's not true. In my own case, we filed charge against 43 defendants, and all of them were produced to the court today. All of them are adults. Forget about what they are telling you, that they are small children, this and that. Ask the Defense Council, do they truly know the suspect they're defending?
To her, nobody can fault her qualification to serve this country in any capacity. She's very intelligent, very, very charismatic, and very beautiful. You can see, I asked her to tone down her beauty when she comes in today.
Please,
Mr. President,
restrict your comments to her resume.
her resume. It is there, former beauty pageant.
You know why I'm saying that?
It is there, most beautiful girl in Nigeria.
Senator Ome, restrict yourself to her resume. Otherwise,
Okay.
we'll go into social media and Google. I will ask a question: who touched my Bianca?
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
And you
no
took
more
my
going to
time
be
to
on the-
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry.
Alex-
I'm sorry.
There is
Don't
no
tell me
way.
how.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are on a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication until
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paul and some of you guys that after the February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my godfather.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. It's Saturday, the November 3rd, 2024. 4. And we are getting ready here in America for the big day on Tuesday, November the 5th. The US will elect a new president. We know that you are interested, you're watching what's going on, and we're going to have a conversation around that. Hope you're having a good day wherever in the world you're joining us. Thank you for joining. We have several issues we want to discuss. One of them is a news story from the Minister for Finance in Nigeria saying that 25 million Nigerians are getting 25,000 naira every month as conditional cash transfer, which is interesting. We want to know if you're one of those people who are getting the money or you know anybody getting the money. We want to talk to you. They didn't give us details about who they are, where they're living, the breakdown, when they started getting the money, how much money they've given them, which is typical of Nigeria. We know that in the past, we had last December, they gave subsidy to transporters. Up to now, we don't know how much money was spent, which transporter got what. We are going to be questioning that and hope you can join us, join the conversation. We also have these malnourished kids that showed up in court in Abuja. They were charged with treason, that they wanted to overthrow the government of President Bola Tinubu. And you had lawyers defending the government, saying that those were not kids. The judge had to flee, according to some reports, because the kids started collapsing in court. So we're going to have a conversation around that. I want to know what you think and what should be done, because I think that is more damaging to Nigeria, that image, that video, than anything else people like Hush Puppy did to Nigeria. And sometimes we don't think that the people around the world are joining, they are seeing these things out of Nigeria. So we're going to have a conversation around that and so many others. So let me share the link so that we can begin the conversation. I'm sorry we are starting late. There were confusion about time differences. In the UK, they've gone back 1 hour behind. In Nigeria, time stays the same. In the US, we are going to do our own tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we will go back 1 hour. So the plan is that the time will change for people watching at home in Nigeria to be 6 p.m. on Saturdays for Have Your Say. But in London and in the US, it will remain the same time. So let me bring in people who are joining. I will share the link for those who want to join us to join the conversation. I think I have Show in the studio. I have Flagship in the studio. Mr. Show, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to Flagship as well and everyone else watching. Salute to the comment section. If you can hear the background noise, I'm out with a few friends and they're discussing the Kemi Badenoch. Those who are for Kemi and those who are against Kemi Badenoch.
I forgot that. We are going to have a prime minister, a Nigerian prime minister. Oh, not Nigerian born. Yeah. Her father is Nigerian, is it?
Yeah, both parents are Nigerian. She was born in the UK, but taken back to Nigeria as a kid. So she went to school in Nigeria and a bit in the US, and she came back to the UK at 16. And since then, she's been plotting her way, pandering to the conservative voters, disparaging Nigeria in front of the people that will vote for her. And so she's become the leader of the Conservative Party. So she's going to go to the polls, where she will lose. My early prediction, she will lose woefully. She would get.
She has 5 years, doesn't
yeah,
it?
Well, if they don't call a general election sooner, but she has to wait 5 years to go to the polls. So it depends on how badly the Labour Party does between now and then. And also, there's a third party now called the Reform Party. They're like the farthest right party, led by Nigel Farage. It's like the Donald Trump of the UK. So what is going to happen with Kemi? My early prediction is she would get some vote in London. The most vote she would get is in London, where she will still lose because London is very cosmopolitan. There are a lot of everyone from everywhere in London. Even for Brexit, London voted to remain. But the further away you go from London, the less popular you become. Now, a lot of conservative voters are saying, like people in Skontorp, Middlesbrough, all these far places where you hardly see a lot of black people or foreigners, they're already saying that the fact that if they like Kemi's ideas, but they can't go past a color. So they are saying that they would rather vote for reform than vote for the conservative parties. They like everything Kemi says and what she stands for, but she's a black lady. I don't think Britain is ready for that. So the further away from London, the less votes she would get. But I like what she's done in the sense that she's clinched this position. It's shattered the glass ceiling. It would give a lot of people belief that you can do anything. All these motivational speakers will use it, and it would help a few kids, which I'm all for that. But I think at what cost? If you listen to Kemi speak, you know how she thinks, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, that's that. Also, let me just touch on the topics that I want to highlight, so I can go back and join my guys and quickly lose my voice while we shout at each other. So the things I wanted to add quickly: Chidima, the Nigerian South African lady, South Africa. Apparently, they're working towards revoking her citizenship and her mom's citizenship in South Africa. Also, not South Africa as a country, but a group of people in South Africa have written to Miss Universe contest happening in Mexico that she should be disqualified. Now, remember, when she was going to contest as Miss South Africa, they kicked her out and she went back to Nigeria and contested in Nigeria. She will have won anyway, but she got a lot of sympathy votes. So she became Miss Nigeria or whatever. So she's now representing Nigeria in Mexico. But South Africans are writing to Miss Universe to disqualify her, despite the fact that she's no longer contesting as Miss South Africa. So that's one thing. Also, men beware. There are a lot of, this was in the news, there are a lot of fake condoms in Nigeria right now. NAFDAC have said there are a lot of fake condoms. Federal government are working hard to make sure that they get rid of all these fake condoms. But NAFDAC have warned all our active people to be careful, make sure you're buying the right condoms. I thought I'd mention that. Also, Bobrisky was going to escape to London 2 or 3 nights ago, but unfortunately for him, somebody took a picture. Governor Fayoshe's brother took a picture with him, her, and he posted it. And that's when the authorities were alerted, because he said, look at who's on the same flight with me to London. So it was a KLM flight from Lagos, Amsterdam, then to London. I think he wanted to land at London City Airport, smaller airport, and just disappear into London, but they had to drag him off the plane, so he's been arrested. Also, I'm not sure if this happened this week or last week. Shetima's plane, something hit Shetima's plane while he was in the US. It wasn't engine issue. It wasn't anything to do with the plane. It was a foreign object, unknown object hit the plane. But the Speaker of House of Assembly in Borno State, where Shetima is from, started making noise saying that they should buy a plane for Shetima because his life is in danger. They should buy one similar to Tinubu. And that's how they will start, and they would eventually buy it because Nigerians won't do anything. I think even if you buy a brand new plane, not a Tokombo like Tinubu's one, something can still hit a brand new plane. So I don't know how buying a brand new plane stops a foreign object from hitting it. Also, Ipman and Dangote, the back and forth. Dangote is saying that he has enough to supply Nigeria, to supply Ghana, that Ipman should buy and Nigeria should, ban everybody from importing. Those who are for Dangote are saying it's a good thing. Those who are against him will say it's the same thing it does with cement and sugar, monopolizing everything. Ipman have come out to say if he sells at a good rate, they will buy from him, that it needs to be transparent. Also, they've approved 9 billion naira to renovate the presidential wing of Abuja Airport. So where the president lands and take off, they've approved 9 billion naira to renovate that wing of the Abuja Airport. And also, I would please encourage you to play that video to play it again at some point so that people can pay attention to something that happened there, where the counsel for the government was speaking, all these minors. I think the first maybe 10 seconds, look at the 2 lawyers behind him when he said they're adults. Just slow it down, let people pay attention to when he said they are all these kids are adults. I mean, you call them kids, then you say they're adults. Today. Pay attention to the 2 lawyers behind him.
All of them are adults. Most of them are married men. None of them is a minor.
So, you saw that those are people on the same side as himself, maybe some junior counsel. You saw their reaction when he said all of them are adults. So I thought it was worth, paying attention to that. And the last thing I would also say is that the the IG Egbetokun has come out to say the people fainting in court, all these kids, that it is planned so that they can draw sentiment from Nigerians that, you know, it's not real. They're not. Yeah, the IG has actually come at this in Punch newspaper. He said that, you know, this they're fainting is like drama. And I replied to that on Twitter and I said, well, they've learned from the best people. Ponde fainted. He's an adult. That can be contested. They are opening his mouth trying to, in fact, he pushed the guy inside like, you want to hear my mouth? No be how we take plan now, no kill me. So Ponde fainted, Fayoshe fainted, Dino fainted, even Apabio said he had arrhythmic disorder, his chest is not beating properly, he has pneumonia, he has all these diseases when it was time to face EFCC. So if these kids are playing to the gallery, then they've learned from the best people in Nigeria. But that's what I thought I would add. It's quite a lot, but I just thought, you know, I would bring all of those to the mix so you guys can have a robust discussion.
Thank you so much, Asho. I appreciate this.
I'm now going to go and discuss Kemi Badenoch and lose my voice.
Yeah, go, please. Thank you so much.
All right, then take care, guys. Have a good show.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Before I go to flagship, let me mention that on the list of what I sent out was the story that 500,000 Nigerian students got student loans from this government. The government is saying they've spent 90 billion naira on students' loan. So if you're a student and you're watching us and you got a loan, please let us know. I initially thought that they budgeted 5 billion or 25 billion. Now they've spent over 90 billion. I don't know whether these things are appropriate. I don't know how they do things in Nigeria. You know, money is just spent and nobody approves anything. You know, it's amazing. All right, so let's come to you, Flagship. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to everyone and the listeners.
So Rudolph, yeah, what we're doing now is just to look at if there are stories I missed. I didn't mention.
Right. There's one I was going to mention. I think Shaw mentioned quite a few of the major stories. The Binance executive that was taken out of Nigeria after a 30-minute, before a 30-minute phone call and sent back to the US, I think is a major story that made the headlines and kind of went around Nigeria for a minute. That one is, and I think Shaw mentioned the rest. But I was going to say to you, you say you don't know how things work in Nigeria. There's a one word for it. It's called abracadabra. The more you look, the less you see. That's how it works in Nigeria.
That's interesting because you can't tell the nation that you are budgeting 25 billion or 5 billion and all of a sudden you spent 90 billion and it's not over yet.
It never adds up. And that 90 billion is just the beginning phase. By the time they tell you 1 million students have gotten it, you imagine how much they would say they've given to them.
Yeah. And also, along the way, we are going to talk about Ikwechegh. I don't know if we discussed that last week, and the Bolt driver, not just about his apology and how he's being treated compared to other people who are in trouble in Nigeria. So let's go.
Rudolph, can you put me backstage? I need to walk my dog. I'll come back later.
All right. Let's go to On Politics over here.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. What's going on? What's going on? A lot of, okay. I follow the closing arguments of Kamala and Trump. So they're on their home straight, to a 400-meter run. So I'm following their closing arguments and what to expect. Then at the same time, they follow Bola Tinubu's tax bill because I believe Bola Tinubu presidency or overall is a live dream is inch on that bill passing. And so far, I would say it's doing well because half of the country is not even aware what the implication of that tax bill will be if it eventually go through. I said that is because what is happening at the other side of the country, the southern Nigerian. To refresh our memory, when they announced that they're going to be 10 days protest, and a lot of people question the wisdom behind them making it public before action is taken. And the effect of that is to actually, downplay the psychology of the southern youth against future protests that might come. Then followed by that, Deji Adeyanju came out a couple of days ago and said, if you see 1 million people for street, you will not join. People did not actually read minute to the timing and everything that is happening. So, but so far, the northern governors are not fully in. I say no, it's going to affect us. But as far as I'm concerned, there is very easy. Bola Tinubu can pacify them easily. They are all governors. They need second time. Dangote is still very much in the balance. He has not gotten it. So that can be. So if that bill eventually goes through, we are finished. That's exactly what happened in Kenya. The only difference is that the Kenyan young people are ahead of us. They are more conscious. So they get hold of that bill. They already understand it and they interpret it to those ahead of them. And we saw the results. Bola Tinubu is still doing everything he can. He's expanding his cabinet. He's giving contracts. His own money is being shared and all that kind of thing. All this is to get everybody numb and to see that be passed through. So I'm following that story and the closing argument. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. I've just been reminded of two other stories. There were 130 women in Sudan who committed suicide in one day because they were raped during during this crisis going on there, the war. So that's something that should be of concern to us, the situation in Sudan, and how the whole conflict is now getting the attention of the world. All right, we'll get to some of these stories. Let me come to you, man of prestige.
And again, sorry, I started to Google coming out to say that Bola Tinubu save and so percentage of Okilang. That's to tell you that angle of the bargain has been set too. So they're not going to join this protest. That's what it means.
All right. Man of prestige.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be on this panel again. You didn't mention something about the crisis going on in River State, the heading of allocation to River State, government. So I don't know if you have it, if you have different jurisdiction in Nigeria, because the way the law is being permuted in that country, I guess whomever is in power, they're going to cater for that, because there's a precedent to that. Remember what happened? The Supreme Court ruled during Obasanjo time, Lagos, when Obasanjo tried to repair that court. So don't they have to go by that precedent already exists? But in the Nigerian space, that's where we are. Most of what you enumerated here, I follow them, but I'm following more about what's happening in America, because that's where my interest lie, so much right now. So we're going to talk about the closing remark between a demagogue, Trump, which most of his narratives about the doom of America, while Kamala Harris about the hope for the Americans. So we have a MAGA, I see Kennedy roll his eye, but that's fine, But what you do is about doom. But so we talk about that, when the time comes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, and good morning. I think I have three things to touch real quick. I was reading something in Instagram, it just blew my mind. And there's a local government in Lagos called Ajeromi Felodu Local Government. That's the popular Ajegule. The new local government chairman there tried to change names of streets. Uzo Street, Ezeago Street, all these streets. And the funny part of it, the way Ajegule is designed, we have the area where the Calabar people, the Akwa Ibom, what we fondly call Calabar back in the days, domicile. We have where the Robos and the Soko people domicile. We have the Jaw area, Tinkarumo, Okorobo, domicile a lot. Then also have the Igbo people. Do you know this guy changed nearly all those names just on the Igbo side and leave other tribe? This is the height of stupidity. We Nigerians were so happy when our brother buy house in America. And the people who buy more house in America, most likely the same Yoruba and Igbo. Is it not another man's land you are buying those houses? You understand? An Ajegule boy is a mayor in one of the third largest city in Colorado, Colorado Springs. That boy school in Ajegule. The mayor of Colorado Springs is an Ajegule boy. This is funny. Is he from there? Was he born there? He was born in Nigeria, Lagos, but is a mayor in America. Every one of us will be happy. We'll take pride. Oh, Nigeria. In my city, an Igbo man is a mayor in one of the city. An Igbo man is a mayor in one of the city in Arizona here. So this just get me thinking. Even when things is coming down, the people who invest in properties, they're crying that they can't sell properties since this crisis happened the last election. You understand? They can't sell properties. Another person is coming to just do change of name for names that have been there for 50 years, 40 years, 60 years. Just want to change all those Igbo names to Yoruba names. This is the height of stupidity. Then as an aviator, when I hear the VP aircraft and everything, it makes me laugh. Two parts that you have in excess in every store. It is windshield. You don't windshield and landing gear. What we call landing gear is tire of an aircraft. You understand? You know the way the tire lands and therefore that thing it wears off easily. So you change it. This is the quick turnaround you do. Then windshield. These are the two things. You understand? Two things that can easily ground aircraft. Windshield. You understand? Then maybe bird flu. And never that in bird flu go to the engine because the engine sucks and blasts. Then you tell me that the windshield of an aircraft got, you understand, maybe weather, just cold. Maybe weather, the captain didn't use the right temperature and everything, just get cold and everything. You replace it immediately. These are things you can rob, you can get from another airline, they give you, you return it back to them. You just rob, you partner with so many airlines and everything. You work in United, you can get it from Delta. You work with Delta, you can get it from Iberia. You just rob. These are things that they partner because you can fly to the other people's own hub. Simple as that. They want to make news with things like that. Doctor, you know the funny part of it? They still operate like back in the days where every one of us only listened to two means of media, NTA and Radio Nigeria. They still think that is the era we are. You understand? They don't understand that we can find information ourselves. And this is the same thing I go back to America too. This is the same thing with the VP too, where you've met with everybody. You've never met with the Muslim community. But when you hear anything about the Muslim community, they say, oh, Trump is more wicked than that. Guess what? Trump wicked me with malaria medicine, and you are punishing me with cancer medicine. This is the height. You deny my family to get visa to come to the US, or you are killing all my family. You understand? In Palestine, you are killing all my family. You understand? In Lebanon and everything. It's a different thing and everything. I hope that woman lose this election from that point of view. I'm not supporting Trump, but I hope Kamala lose the election. That's my take on it.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to Righteous Man in Nigeria.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damages, and my sec, Paul, man of prestige, Olivier, and Chin for a long time. Good evening from here. It's been a wonderful time. I am quite, oh, Maga Man, good evening too. I'm just seeing your face. Yeah, and the other brother up there. Anyway, I am living in confusion since the last 3 days now, because I shuttles from Lagos to Seme to Togo, Ivory Coast, Ghana, doing business and coming back to Nigeria when things was okay. And I know how we are rated the moment you say you are a Nigerian. They'll carry you like gold, you know. You're a superstar. So during the week, the greatest shock I have had in the recent time was that 4 Nigerians, carefully listen, were detained in Benin Republic for illegally entering Benin. I read it, I say, from Sahara Reporters, I say, come on, is it a dream that Benin Republic will detain Nigerians that they illegally entered Benin? In fact, I have not heard the worst news than that. Benin that is surviving today as a result of Nigerians. 85% or 90% of Benin economy depends on Nigeria economy. And these guys walked into Nigeria, into Lagos here freely and do this artisan work. They're the one that you can use and do painting for your house, POP, cast your casting and setting of block and plastering. They are fantastic, laying of your marble and the rest of it, and parapet. They don't have documents and nobody harassed them. Then Nigerians entered Benin. You detain them that they entered illegally. That means this country is finished. The value and the image of Nigeria is gone. That we are now a ridicule among the Committee of Nations. And our political leaders are not seeing this. That Benin can detain Nigerians. Just like you guys that are there, you pride to say you're an American. I see how a man of prestige will refer to Nigeria, that country, as if he never came from. He said that country. But when he wants to talk about America, he talks with prestige and honor, that kind of thing. And I mean, it's amazing that Benin can detain us now. This is not a small joke. Then secondly, the bringing to these minors to the court, it has raised a big concern. Falana has written, Frank Etete of Arise News, he has spoken, many legal luminaries have spoken about how these minors, some under 12, 13, 14, was brought to court, charged for felony, overthrowing the government. It's a pity. I think it's another surprise news. And the taxation that is coming up, that this man is proposing, that the North is, the Northern governors have opposed it. This evening, Tinubu insisted that it must go on. And the North have threatened that if he continue, 2027 is at hand, waiting. So there are issues that we need to really look into. And that Ikwechegh of a guy, don't worry, we are going to teach him a lesson. Just don't worry. He is from the east, he's not from the southwest or the north. We don't worship any political leader. We will teach him a lesson he will not forget. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Just to let people know, we'll be live on Tuesday to cover the US election. We're planning to go 24 hours. So, Kenny, I'm coming to you. You should join us for the coverage.
Back to Dr. Damages. Good day, everyone. And a special thanks to Ebie. Ebie, we miss you. How is Canada? Your face is very rare these days. And Mr. Paul, I greet you specially for aligning with the right side. You see, it's good for us to like sometimes sit back and examine things.
That is just too big.
No, your prayer alone has reached the heavens. She will fail. Righteous man, thank you. You are talking about Benin Republic, as if they are nobody. See, let me tell you, those politicians that you are now crying for to come and help you bring justice. See, they are using the Benin Republic workers to build their houses. Matter of fact, if you want to get better services for your building, employ them. So they are giving you, you need them more than they need you actually. yes, Benin Republic will man their country because your government has decided to ruin its country, and opening their doors for you to come and ruin theirs is something they will not accept. So I support them on that. Now, there is something we are missing in today's agenda. It's about the Ministry of Niger Delta Development that has been scrapped by the federal government, though they claimed that it was just renamed to Ministry of Regional Development, and that drew my attention. Now, we have Northeast, Northwest, North Central, Southwest, South, Ministry of Development. All these regions, they all have Ministry of Development, meaning that the federal government has special attention in developing those regions. My question is, where is the Ministry of Southeast Development? There is none, only Southeast. And that brings me to what Mr. Paul raised about a local government in Lagos State renaming all the Igbo name street to Yoruba name street. You see, this is the actual Nigerian of your dream that you guys are busy building. And you now expect somebody like me, Kenechukwu, to be proud of Nigeria. Somebody here last time was asking me if I would die for Nigeria. Was it for forefathers or electricity? And I asked him, why will I die for a useless country? A country that has no bearing, country that has no mission, nothing. They are just existing like wild animals. See, I cannot even sweat for that country for one day. Now, and again, we are missing something about VDM, the very dark black man, you know, a very important person in Nigeria, just because he wore a black clothes that looks like Nigerian police uniform. And then he was arrested because of, and forgotten that movie actors, content creators, they all wear the same clothes. So why is it because it is a very dark man? And that is why he was arrested. So we should discuss about this. The level of intimidation is very, very troublesome these days in that country. And then in today's agenda again, though I think you listed it about the minors. I heard someone talking about, oh, minors were arrested, minors were arrested. Yes, I'm not a party to arresting children. I will not support that. However, when some of us are talking about there is something fundamentally wrong with your constitution, you fail to understand that. You don't have to change the constitution. You just scrap this constitution completely. Better put, just divide the country. Let every unit has, develop its own constitution based on their belief or whatever they would, however they want to run their region. Now, in your constitution, a minor of 7 years can be arrested. A minor of 12 years can be detained. And now, Shosho was telling us that some of them were just pretending, to be malnourished because they learned from your regular politicians how they fall sick, they fall from the tree, some fall from hospital bed, some come to the court with drip, with IVs and all that. So we have a lot to discuss today. And then on that, you played a video when Bianca, the late Chukwuemeka Odumeko Ojukwu's wife, was being interviewed by the Senate. And now, one thing that drew my attention that makes me very furious and angry was when this he-goat that calls himself Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, saying, my Bianca. See, I was like, this guy should take his time. Why is he referring to her as my Bianca? What does he mean by that word? He should know that Ojukwu still have soldiers behind. He should not be trying that. This is our leader's wife. You are calling my Bianca. So please, it should be seriously warned. Thank you.
When we come back to you, why are you not angry that the leader, your leader's wife, went to work for APC? That should be
yes, is another talk on his own. That one is another talk on his own because she said, I don't want to talk because she's my wife, my leader's wife. So
then they came from senior minister, then they downgrade to junior minister.
All right.
They also downgrade again.
She needs to survive. Ongadeka. Ongadeka.
All right, let's go to Chim. Chim, welcome to the show. What are you listening to? What are you watching? What story is important to you this week?
Rudolph, good morning, and good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are. Yeah, I think all the stories you've outlined are worth taking a peek at. But the one thing that I want us to also reference and have a go at, if time permits, is the forensic report that came out of the last Edo election. It was quite interesting when I watched the video on our rights, where the individual, I'm not sure what civil liberty organization or organization he represents, but the good thing is I enjoyed the work they've done. The fact that they were able to get all the electoral materials and sent to South Africa for the forensic assessment, which has come out to, not that we didn't know, but at least I love the scientific approach they've put into it, so that when people come here and people say, oh, elections were rigged, and somebody will say, how can you substantiate this and all that? They didn't just rig the election, they rigged it poorly, and the evidences are so glaring. And for me, why that news is critical is for those of us who keep talking about 2027 and who keep talking about the fact that we should wait for election and all that. Elections, there is what I refer to as a state capture. We have a bunch or a group right now that has taken mismanagement and trying to destroy the society. And that group, we know who they are. Let me not mention names. There's no point, but we know that category of people, who they are. And the painful part is the fact that these are people who, in the days of the previous political party, screamed and told us they were Democrats, tried to tell us how they had the highest values of democracy embedded in them by Oromia. And, and suddenly now they have been entrusted with power, and we see the way they are trying to decimate the entire system. They're not even smart. They're not, before, people will rig election and try to deny it, try to make it look like they didn't rig. And then if we had a very fair judge, some judges under the PDP era would overturn undone elections. People like Oshomale should remember he contested with a man called Professor Osumbo. And it was alleged that Osumbo's PDP then rigged the election. Osumbo was in office for barely 3, 5, 6 months. And then the Supreme Court or Appeal Court or whichever appellate court it was threw him out and instated today's godfather of rigging, Comrade Adams Oshomole. So, I'm so happy with what is going on. I would love a day where I would like to ask these people how they feel decimating the system that they benefited from. Oshomole came to office because of a fair judicial system. I remember that. Under a PDP government, under Yaradua, he contested election in 2007. Sorry. He was perceived to have lost, but he was rigged out. And the judiciary brought him back. Today, the same man called Adams Oshomole is perpetuating rigging. We know even our so-called president today, who claimed to be one of the highest Democrats that has ever happened since the time of Winston Churchill or whoever you want to mention, today is an apostle of grab it, snatch it, and all those things. And I think it's very pathetic. And the other thing I want to add, if we might not discuss it, but is also that our president was a beneficiary of a judiciary that ruled that state funds, when the Obasanjo government wanted to withhold funds that are for Lagos State because he created local governments or whatever it is they were called then. And Obasanjo said he would...
LCDA.
Yeah. And then Obasanjo said that unless he upturns that decision, he would withhold Lagos State, which he did withhold for the rest of Tinubu's tenure. But they went to the judiciary, and Justice Uwais of the Supreme Court presiding said, no, it is wrong for the federal government to withhold allocation to a state. The judgment is there. So in other words, we're not even supposed to be playing around this matter anymore. It's been settled. But today, the government, under the same beneficiary of that judgment, has his madam as a Supreme Court this thing, although it hasn't come to her anyway, so let me not indict her in that matter. But a court under his leadership has ruled that the River State allocations be withheld. So I just wanted to bring some of those things up because those are the things that are eating up our society. Every day we keep wondering why Nigeria is chipping away in values. It's some of these little things. It's not even all this electricity we don't have and coal. I mean, there are societies who are being governed well, but they are grappling with infrastructure. That's one thing. But here now, this is not even an issue of infrastructure. This is an issue of people clearly using their hands to pull down the foundations, the rubrics that form a society. So I think giving that Edo forensic report a little bit of attention might be good. Let's just see how it goes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chim, for that. We have that video. Maybe down the road we play it. Let's go to Jagun for the last comment before we start conversation on one topic. So, Jagun.
Good evening to Rudolph and the panel. We meet here again. I think what I want to put forward, again, follows from some comments I've already made over the last day or so, where the enemy within is my real focus on the matters concerning Nigeria and Nigerians this time around. We have enemies within. Kemi Badenoch is one of those enemies within. Tinubu and the ruling class of Nigeria are enemies within. On this very platform, we have several enemies within. I'll put to you, Rudolph, that a good many of those enemies within are the moderators of the show. Not all of them, and some at different levels of being the enemies within. All my utterances since I've come on this show have largely been through the emotional willing of the belief that Nigeria could be a better place. Sometimes when I'm amongst Nigerians, and these days I'm amongst Nigerians mostly on this platform, and my gusto and feeling and fervency and belief that Nigeria can be a truly a better country. My aspirations in that direction are regularly torn down, not just by this platform, but by the conduct of Nigerians generally. Our conduct is so poor, and I'm not talking about our aggression or our skill, our intelligence. I know that those things are within us all, but our understanding, our sense of fairness, our sense of balance, we don't have it, and it tells me that we can't improve. We're not going to improve, and I'm appalled to listen to myself saying these things, because since I was somebody who became conscious of what goes on, pretty early that was for me, I've always dreamed of Nigeria developing itself and becoming a great nation. But I'm to the point where I'm looking at us And I'm really understanding that this thing is a pipe dream. It can't happen. And it can't happen because of the enemies within. I cited Kemi Badenoch, and I like the fact that I come on this platform and I learn a bit about the politics of Nigeria. But my initial understandings about the higgledy-piggledy, idiotic way that we practice anything really, it's obvious that we're not going anywhere. It's obvious. We complain a lot about Nigeria and the ruling parties and the elite. But when we look, if you give a Nigerian a position, they believe that they are the owners of other human beings, that they can control and dictate to other human beings. It's something I want to speak to you personally about, Rudolph, as you know. But as everyone is introducing what it is that is on their minds, I'll leave it at that stage and wait for my turn around the corner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagun. Let's start our first topic, and that will be the closing arguments made in the US elections that is happening on Tuesday. So far, 67 million people have voted. That's more than the people that voted in Nigeria. And this is early voting. The election actually is on Tuesday. I personally voted last night. When I went to the line, it lasted for about 40 something minutes. And people took it seriously. I have not done early voting before. This is the first time. So I was surprised at the intensity, the faces of people I saw. It was a mission. Everybody had a mission. And I was voting in the suburb for the first time. So it was a different population. I don't know what to make of it, but I think the sense I got was that this is a serious thing for most people, a lot of people. So let's talk about the closing arguments of the candidates and your predictions. I want to point out something that Trump said that was very significant yesterday, I think, or day before yesterday. He was addressing women, and he told them that they will be that he will protect them, whether they like it or not. And last night I couldn't sleep after I voted. I wrote an article that will come out tomorrow, and the title is "Trump Must Win, Whether He Likes It or Not." So let me come to you, Flagship. What is your take on the closing arguments of the candidates, and who do you predict will win and why?
Well, Rudolph, thank you once again. You know, America, surprisingly, this election cycle, are very, very serious about what is going on. They have looked deeply, and this is one time in a few elections that I've observed in this country that I see that Americans decide to be very involved and are intentional, many of which speak of matters that affect them directly. And the two main areas that I heard people talk about, again, when I went to vote during this early voting period, was the world, the global stage, and third world war that's in the corners, looming. And then secondly, the strength of America as it is, the economy, security, and all of that. And I could see the frustration in the eyes of people at how the government, this present Joe Biden-Harris administration, has sort of, in their words, played them and are not paying attention to matters that really concern them. and they are kind of frustrated. And believe it or not, Americans are paying attention to the Middle East, and they are worried that Israel is not listening to the US anymore, and they are not following advice that is being given, and that we're at the brink of a war. I spoke with a guy on the line who's a missionary, and was telling me of his experience in Israel during this war and how he made it out. But that what the people are hoping for is for a Trump to come in and then maybe to be able to get a hold of this situation in the Middle East and quell it. So generally, in my opinion, from what I've seen and with the closing arguments that they made, both candidates, suffice for me to say, have played so much on the emotions of America. And I'm a little disappointed in both of them, to be honest, because while I was waiting to hear more about policies, reforms, and how they will make things better for Americans first, and then on the international and global stage, of course, what America craves for is world dominance. When they are talking about personal matters and personal issues, that makes no sense to the average American. And unfortunately, we are all getting sucked into it. How they live their lives, what they did in the past, from their personal to business lives, and so on and so forth. But I'm hoping that with this election, I voted as well. I voted about a week plus ago. And I'm hoping, seriously looking forward to a Trump win. Because if the war breaks out, everybody is going to collect, as we say in Nigeria, from here to Africa and the rest of the world. And also with the ongoing situation in the US, but by virtue of my job, I'm always in a Uber ride or Lyft ride somewhere around the country. And there's a very surprising trend that I've seen. The majority of the Uber drivers that I see are from South America. And my conversation with them has always been, when did you get here and how did you get to settle? And a lot of them came in 6, 7, 8 months, a year ago, and they are settled. The government is paying for almost everything for them. In the hospitals, they have insurance, but the average American doesn't. And these are things that concern Americans. And they're also given stipends from the government to purchase homes and settle down. So all of these things concern the average American people, that they are really at this point not caring about who Trump was and how he lived his life in the past, if he groped a woman or not, if he did tax evasion or anything of that nature. They just want a better life for themselves moving forward. And also that we avoid a situation where if we get into a third world war, it might be the exit of America's grip on the globe in reference to world dominance. So I'm hoping Trump wins.
Thank you. Ovie, the same question about closing arguments and your prediction.
Well, I think it's at this point it's clear that it's between the politics of joy, right? The team joy, which Kamala represents, and the unity ticket that Trump is presenting. I mean, this is the third time Trump is running, right? The first time I was in Dickinson, North Dakota. Because of what I was doing at that time, running track for my school, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, down to Virginia, every other place I cover. And I can tell you the enthusiasm that was there in 2016 also prevailed in 2020. But this time around, it's even more. The difference between 2020 and 2016 was the Democrats were in control of pretty much some of the most important institutions. Talking about they were controlling 92% of the media, both print, however you want to be up to social media. So 2020, they were in control all the boardrooms across the country. They were in charge of schools. They control pretty much everything. So that I did not see coming in 2020. So even when I prayed that Trump was going to win, he eventually lost because of all those institutions. But the difference today is that, yes, the Democrats are still in charge of media, pretty much. 9 out of 10 journalists on the streets are Democrats. But there's a little bit of changes. Elon Musk coming in and taking over Twitter. It's a big shift for them. They never expect. I don't think they see that coming. But most importantly, I don't think as an American today, they know they see joy, not obviously they won't feel it. The fact they I don't know why Democrats decide to go that way, knowing that things are actually bad. Forget what the media that people are saying. If you go around the country the way I go, I live on the streets. Nobody they see joy. No, talk about saying want actually experience them. But before now, I thought the Democrats actually know what they are doing in terms of the democratic machine. But what happened in the last couple of months with RFK Jr. teaming up with Donald Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, leaving Democrat coming to Donald Trump. You see Elon Musk. Everything is at stake for him. You can see how this administration treated him. So everything is at stake. So you see him coming out, the Bill Hackman of our world. So that's why I call it unity ticket. So I don't see how that ticket will lose. And it's not about November 4th, but January 6th, where Congress certified Donald Trump as president. If that happened, not forget, they hold him against what happened January 6th. And it's a part of the Constitution that actually says once you commit insurrection against the state, against the country, you cannot occupy a federal position. Will they evoke that section of the Constitution and go with it? And if that is the case, what is going to happen? Knowing that a couple of days ago, the state, for the first time in American history, they have passed a law that actually the states can lynch. Let me rephrase it. Can actually go ahead and kill American citizens, American soil. Why is that happening? So there is more to just their personality that they are actually giving us. The whole world is at stake in this election, and I think what Donald Trump is actually in for is to put his name on record. Not necessarily he's going to do anything, because the transformation that is going on is significant that whoever be president, his name will everly resonate going forward, either in favor of America or not. I think that is what is in for him. Well, bigger than that for the American people is, I think at this point, they have seen beyond their personality. Trump has been in their front of television for the past 40 years. So the idea that it is Hitler and all that not working. The other side, the unity ticket, which is Kamala Harris, we saw the process that brought her in. And again, one thing to point out, it's clear today that Biden is not actually with Kamala Harris. I said that to say, for the two utterances that were made recently, I remember the day I entered Florida, or just a few hours after the hurricane, when Kamala Harris was complaining that Don Santos, governor of Florida, is not responding well to him. Immediately, Biden came out and said, no, that the governor has been excellent. So it contradicted our own conclusion. Again, closing the argument, when after the big speech of Kamala Harris at where Trump made a general first speech in Washington, D.C., which is supposed to be the dominant of the old news pretty much this week. But guess what? Biden came out and said, in response to the comedian that called Puerto Rican a floating garbage, he responded and said, no, instead, it's all Trump followers that are floating garbage. They capitalize on that. But one thing we should point out, when the media asked Kamala, what is her take regarding what Biden said, she distanced herself from that comment. So there's a fragment within the Democrats' house already that I believe is going to work heavily against Kamala. That's why I say Trump will win, but I don't know if they will allow him to be president.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Man of Prestige.
Because again, people are scared to say, I will vote for Trump.
Man of prestige,
for fear of
you meet
victimization.
yourself.
For the fear of victimization, people are scared to say, I will
you.
vote for Trump or I voted for Trump.
No, we are not scared. I actually voted for Trump.
you now, Jaguda. Your case are special.
All right, man of
Oh, prestige now.
okay. Thank you, everybody. Over there's no fragmentation in the within the Democrat. Okay, we are all at peace, and we're gonna win this election. But it's gonna be
I wasn't
very
asking a
strange.
question. I wasn't asking a question. I was telling you what I'm seeing. So no tell me whether it's or not. It's not a question.
But I'm telling no.
It's a fact.
I'm just telling you, we don't have any fragmentation.
I don't ask you now. It's not a question. I did not ask you a question. So don't tell me. I'm telling you what I see. The statement. I know I did tell you what I see.
Insider. I'm telling you what is happening. So I mean, that's
I'm not a Democrat or Republican, so I'm neutral.
That's okay, but I'm trying to come with a different opinion. As a Democrat insider, there's no fragmentation. Even what Biden said, the garbage and all that kind of nonsense, he wasn't supposed to say that. When Kamala Harris was addressing, the biggest audience ever in any rally. But having said that, what we are getting from this closing, argument and everything with this election, there could never been a very stark difference between two parties, Trump and Harris. I mean, the stark difference is very clear. I mean, you have Kamala Harris, who wants to put party, who want to put the country over the party, and you have person of Trump, a demagogue, who is after revenge and he's for personal interest. That's all Trump is doing. The guy is a narcissistic, and he's going to lose. It's going to be very close. I mean, all of you may go ahead and vote your conscience. It doesn't really matter. We are going to win this election. I'm pretty sure anybody wants to bet here. It's going to be Democrat, whether you like it, and if you don't like it, you can go back to your shithole country. Okay? Because Democrat is going to win this election, regardless of what everybody says. And the world will be in a better place. So, I mean, Trump, calling for Ricans, the floating island garbage and that kind of nonsense. About 9 barrels of gun, try to shoot, your opponent, Lieutenant. We're talking about firing squad. That's what that 9 barrel of gun means. Regardless of you disagree with a political view or whatever, that's okay. But you don't have to make such a statement. And this is the persons people in this country want to bring it more. What's wrong with personality? Are you just after what maybe some of you think that Trump is going to be better for the economy? Okay, let's assume. And there's no evidence to prove that he's going to be better for the economy. Okay, go and look at his economic platform right now. Most of the experts are saying it's not, it's going to be worse for the country than what Kamala Harris is proposing. But everything is kind of a prediction. But a lot of people, that are supporting Trump, that get to show you. If you show me who for the first time, believe in them. Because what's going to happen, particularly the men, they want to say everything Trump is saying. But because of the way this country is structured, women has power, men has power. They're not going to say it. A lot of you are so masculine, toxicity. That's what it is. You don't see women. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine who is voting for Trump. The rational reason that he gave me, this man is about 50 years old, well educated. He said, the reason why I'm voting for Trump is that I've never seen a woman rule this country in my 50 years. Let that make sense. That means women don't have. Then I asked him, do you think men are smarter than women? He said, no, but I've never seen a woman rule this country. So I don't see how Kamala Harris can rule this country. And that get to show, how men think. But look at what's going on in the early election or whatever. Look at the discrepancy between the men and women. Women is the one that win the vote. I mean, men don't go out and vote. Men can talk what they want. They don't go out and vote. It's just the gender gap. So, how many more days before the election? 3 more days. So when we come here on the 6th, depending on the closed election, but what I'm thinking, it's not like going to be Biden very close, or
one person, Trump or Kamala Harris, will win all the 7, or 3 or 4 of the 7, swing states. It may not be close, because what the forecasters are doing right now, they are trying to be very careful. That's why they're trying to make it like it's very close to each other. In case they make a mistake, they say, okay, you see, tell you that it's 1 point or 2 points, but in my own opinion, this is strictly my own opinion, I don't think it's going to be that close. Thank you.
All right, man of Prestige, thank you. Paul.
Yeah, Doctor, Trump is making an impact in the sense that he's just making an impact in terms of history. So the way we call Democrats the party of Lincoln, then at the time he moved forward to this present day, the party of Reagan. Right now, after now, it's going to be the party of Trump. So we'll give that to Trump. It may not be a good thing, but we'll give it to Trump. But Democrats, they really want to lose this election. Like as Republican, like Trump really want to lose the election. But Democrats really, really love to lose the election. So the home of black in the US, we know all the states. Funny enough, places like Atlanta, Georgia, is a red state, so they can't do that. When they were bringing all these immigrants from South America, when they were bringing them to New York, put them in choice location, black people were complaining. American veterans, soldiers, people were complaining. Did they do anything? No, because they don't listen. They believe we own you. At the end of the day, we're going to threaten you with Trump so that you vote for us. That's not how to play politics. Even though if you're winning, you still want to win more. You understand? But they see it like soccer, where they say winning team don't change strategy. Not in politics. In politics, you want to win more. They do that in Chicago. This is another black state. Black people were complaining. You were bringing brown people in black cities. You didn't take them to New York, to white community. You didn't take them to New York, to brown community. You take brown people to black community. That is wrong. You do the same thing in Chicago. You do the same thing in Colorado. People were complaining. You were bringing brown people. And this problem is what is bringing gangs in California. For hundreds of years, all black communities that they do this kind of gentrification with brown people because they feel brown people is cheap. They'll get cheap labor from brown people. You didn't take them to no white community, to no brown community. Neither you take them to black community. Now you are losing. People fail to understand that in Democrats' strongest voting base is black woman. Democrats' second strongest voting base is black men. You punish black men, you didn't give them anything. You give Kamala Harris, you give Supreme Court judge, you give everything. Women. They've been whining, and you are making it much, much pronounced. I think you want to lose. Now we'll go to election again. Swing state. Look at what happened in Sudan. 134 women. People fail to understand that there is a city called Tucson. My good brother, Flagship, knows Tucson. Tucson is the border to Mexico. By default, brown people don't want to stay there because of how they profile them. So they suffer a lot of brown people. You know what they did? They bring over 5,000 Sudanese. When you go to Tucson, you see a lot of those dark Sudanese everywhere there. Guess what? What is going on? America don't care at all. Those people, this is Arizona, this is a swing state. Remember, you're going to lose that. They are Muslims, and what is going on in their country, you see what you are doing. They even want to hold meeting with Kamala. No. At the convention, no. Look at Michigan, the home of the Iraqis. You understand, the Palestinians and the likes. They beg, they want to hold meeting. They even come there, you walk them out. You hold meeting with all type of group, Latino group, this group. She hold meeting with any of these Arab people. The answer is no, you want to lose. You want to lose. Or you think you just want to threaten them. Oh, Trump. Trump can punish them with malaria. You are punishing them with their life, with their family life. Doctor, some of us couldn't buy house here or couldn't buy our second home because of all this money we sent to Africa. If our country is doing very well here, we will send money to Africa and we can keep those money to buy our second home or our first home. So people don't understand all those things. You understand? We want our home to be better. And you keep punishing them and the likes. What do you think will happen? Look at the Kenyans community, Kenya. People don't understand that we have a lot of Kenya here because there was a time where Kenyans too also have gun problem. When Kenya were doing that, their economic thing, when the Ruto is doing this nonsense and everything, there is 7 congressmen in the parliament forcing Ruto to pass that bill. You understand? Do you think the Kenyanese people, do you think they'll be happy to vote for Democrats? I think Democrats want to lose. And I wish them lose this election. That is where I'm coming from. I'm not supporting Trump, but I want Democrats to lose for president.
All right, thank you.
Don't blame us, black men. Don't blame us. We'll accept it.
Thank you, Paul. Righteous man.
Yeah, doctor, once again, the scripture says, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. So I'm coming from divine concept. As long as I live, I believe in the existence of the Almighty Creator. There is no science, there is no civilization, there is no riches of any country or any individual can convince me that there is no supreme being that rules in the affairs of men. So from that concept, I want to draw my conclusion on 2 bases. Number 1, considering the circumstances that brought Kamala Harris to this position she occupies today, it could be the finger of God that is at work for America to have first elected female president. Because ordinarily, if she has gone through the routine of the American democracy or politics, she wouldn't have won that position as the candidate of the Democrats. No way. She had tried it before, and you saw how she ended. So I see the finger of God, that is what I call the divine concept, pushing her up to make history as a child of circumstances. Just like what happened to Jonathan. Jonathan, how he was pushed by the finger of God from local government chairman to deputy governor, to a governor, to a vice president, to a president, and a president again, without sweat. These things does not happen ordinarily. The hand of the Almighty must be behind that person. So that could play a part in the emergence of Kamala Harris as the president of America. That's 1. Number 2, as regard to Trump, you could still also see that finger of God or that divine concept surrounding Trump. Why do I say so? Trump had never been a politician. He has never contested for any political office. The first time he did it was 2016. And he contested against a globalist, a renowned politician, both as individual and as a family. And the least expected, nobody anywhere in the world expected Trump to win Hillary Clinton. All of a sudden, he won 2016. And maybe there was something God wants to pass as a message to humanity. He lost 2020 via the issue of COVID-19. And then after that, all manner of bombs, political bombs, accusation was thrown on him. He survived it. Everything that needed to be played was played against him, not emerge as a Republican candidate, but he survived it. During the course of campaign, attempts had been made to assassinate him. look at that hand of God shifting his head and the piercing of that bullet on his ear. It is only God that can let that happen, because there is a purpose he had for that individual's life. So both individuals, I am seeing divine concept, the finger of God working in both of them. And it is happening because God wants to teach man lesson that he is God at any time. So any of them can win the election based on this concept I analyze. Thank you.
Man, I wanted to say, why is it that God will not, you just position God, but that's a different conversation. You position God
righteous man, righteous man on the flip side.
Where God
Jonathan
will
was
not
never a
lose.
local government chairman. He was never a local government chairman.
Okay, righteous man, why do you think this is how you put God where he will not lose? Whoever wins now is God that planned it. Why can't you, if you figured it out?
It's quite terrible talk. Terrible talk. Basically, you said nothing.
Why would God do this? You know, God should know what he's doing. He made it look like God is just playing both sides. Anyway, but leave it. Let's come back later if we have time. Can I?
I can answer that question. Do you want me to answer it?
No. Don't answer. Thank you.
So I intentionally always try to stay away from involving God in everything, because God has given us the power to choose the leaders. Because God has given us the power to choose the leaders that we want for ourselves. And that is why we encourage everyone to come out and vote. But you see, somebody was talking about, I think, Dr. Damages, he asked for the outcome of the closing rallies. I don't think the outcome of the closing rally matters more than the manifestos, what these candidates have for the country. But here we go, we see a candidate that even the president of the same party is against her. The president, we all know that coup d'etat was, organized against him. And because of that, he's still furious. He's making sure that he spoiled her campaign. When, what they call it, a comedian made a nasty statement against New Mexicans, not Trump. Trump did not make that comment. It was a comedian that made the comment 8 hours before Trump's arrival. But you see, typical of liberals, they turn it to be Trump's statement. Trump never made that statement. But where we have a Democrat president in the person of Biden calling Trump's supporters garbage. I don't know how garbage looks like in human body, but I think that was the day I went and I went and voted for my candidate, right? We have man of prestige telling us that Kamala Harris hosted the biggest rally. I don't know where man of prestige live. Are you in this country? Because we know that there is a place called Madison Square in New York where Trump had his rally, and that provoked a lot of Republicans, that actually Democrats. Because of that rally, they were all furious. They were out of their homes campaigning. The likes of Michelle Obama telling our women, our black women, not to respect us anymore. You just imagine a man of prestige telling your wife never to respect you again, that if you stand for Trump, she should stand for Kamala Harris, right? What is she trying to push? Division among black couples, dividing black homes, just their usual way of destroying our black communities. So people like me, I already know that women are emotional beings. They respond emotionally to whatever that comes their way. And if you want to push that narrative of, men hate women, men, because of their masculinity, they don't want, yes, let's debate that actually. I've never talked about this, but if you want us to go on that lane, let's put it this way. I, for one, I want a woman to be a leader. in a company where I work. I can support a woman to share organizations. But when it comes to presidency, I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready to vote for a woman. Simple and short, because she's an emotional being. We had a flagship here was talking about the possibility of having a third world war. And you want me to entrust the leadership of this country in hands of somebody like Kamala Harris to defend this country in a possible third war, God forbid? No. I cannot do that. And secondly,
let me ask you, because I'm happy you are saying this, because I always suspect that is a factor for most men. Are you saying that someone like Margaret Thatcher did not do well for the United Kingdom when she became the Prime Minister as Commander-in-Chief?
No, in the same United Kingdom, there are a lot of people that were against her. A lot of people criticized her performance. And for that, I will not say that she did well, because I was not there. And for the fact that there are conflicting opinions, so I will not go with anyone. Now, no, hold on. I'm still on my time, Jagun, please.
No, I don't want to take away any of your time. I just want to say to Rudolph that may be the wrong question. It's not did she do. It's not did she do well. It is, was she globally respected? There's a difference.
Okay, thank you, Jagun.
No, you can choose to respect her for the things you believe in. Like, for example, now a lot of people are respecting Kamala Harris for her love of cutting corners. You know, she's one that has grown. Her growth is by cutting corners, and the same thing that happened for her presidency ticket. She cut corners to get the ticket. She never passed through normal democratic process of electing, the primary election that will bring her, that will give her the ticket. It's all about cut corners. So a lot of people like her for that. A lot of people love her for the fact that she is championing the idea of reproductive right, that she stands for the reproductive right. And I wonder, these people, do they use their brain at all? Can you open your dictionary, just go on Google and type what is reproduction and what is right? Put them together, reproductive right. She is one that is telling you that she will use her federal might to legalize abortion, indiscriminate abortion everywhere, especially in the Black communities. And the same person is telling you abortion right. And we that are pro-life are not standing for abortion right, according to you, not knowing that we that are standing for pro-right are the one that should be talking about reproductive rights, not someone that is urging our women to buy our babies. She is not standing for reproductive rights. She is standing for this ending of reproduction. That is what she's standing for. So a lot of men love her for that. I, for one, I will never like her for that. So people will love one for what they believe in. I don't believe in what she believes in. So for that fact, I don't like her. Now we have what they call it in a country where we have a political party that does not have any agenda, no manifesto whatsoever. The only single agenda they have for the country is abortion rights. That is it. And we have a candidate that has been tested, trusted, and he delivered. For 4 years, he never asked you to go back to your country. For 4 years, he did not question where you come from. He did not repatriate you back to your country. For 4 years, he turned around the economy of this country. And one good-for-nothing Obama came and now claiming that he was the one that revived the economy. No, you did not revive anything. During your time as a president, the economy was down. Trump came and revived it. How dare you come and now claim that it was the effect of your work that Trump is now reaping? Are you talking to a primary school student, pupils, right? And then you have this failed government, Biden's government now. If Trump comes up tomorrow and start doing well, they will claim that they were the one that fixed the economy. Very lazy people that don't know what they are doing. All they champion is lie. Look at, because the black men are waking up to reality, knowing what they encountered during Trump's 4 years in leadership is entirely different from what they're experiencing now. And Some people are coming to blackmail them. That they're against women. They're against women, so they don't have their brain. You own the black community. You own black vote. You own Arab vote. You own every minority vote, and that gives you the opportunity or the guts to talk to people the way you like and believe that they will vote for you. The election is coming on the 5th, and hopefully we'll come here to celebrate Trump's victory. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you, Kene. I just want to point out that Kene, Madison Square Garden had 20,000 people. Eclipse, where Kamala spoke, had 75,000. All right.
Why did he provoke the Democrats then?
No, I don't know.
Why were they unsettled and ranting from all cylinders?
No, I'm pointing out the figures. Madison Square cannot take more than that. It was sold out. So, Chim, go ahead.
At least that's sold out. I love that.
Yeah, no, I'll give you what it is. I'm not interested in any of them. Go ahead, Chim.
Okay, thank you, Rudolph. So, what's my view on the American election coming up? Ordinarily, I'm not an American voter, but I'm interested because by virtue of how the world is structured, if America sneezes, it affects a lot of things in the world. Most I live across the border, and I know what happened shortly after the current government was sworn in 2021, if I believe. I'm just managing to get out of that wicked policy that was instituted by Biden. Now, on a good day, it shouldn't matter whether it is a Democrat or a Republican. On a good day, but we are no longer where we used to be, where we used to have both parties used to believe in the same, basic things. Both parties would believe that common sense economy to take care of the people, because that's what government is all about. They might have differences in the methodologies of trying to accomplish it. We no longer have a common sense where we say whatever you want to say. We believe that people should be able to aspire to travel to wherever they want to travel. By this, I mean immigration. There's nothing wrong in a Nigerian living in Lagos, Enugu, Port Harcourt, Warri, Ibadan, wherever you are, you wish to, to migrate, and then you go through the normal channels to do that. There used to be a time where Democrats believe that, yes, let's welcome, we're a country of immigrants. And that's what America is. Let's welcome immigrants, but there'd be a process that is decent, that doesn't put pressure on the system. But today we don't have that anymore. We have a system where people pander. A system, in fact, I'm happy. Has Paul left? You see, if I had said this, somebody would say I am parading conspiracy theory. But I was so happy that somebody who lives in the US came out openly to say it. Government was taking people, immigrants that were illegal, and spreading them all over the place in the US. But if you say, people will come out, the mainstream media will say this is conspiracy. But I'm happy someone said it here. In fact, when he said, I was shocked, because this has always been my belief. It's out there, but the CNNs of this world keep denying it, that it's not happening. And then you see, listen, guys, coming from the angle of immigration, because that's one of the things I've constantly seen with we blacks and narrowing down to we Nigerians. We're always angry that the American system is trying to protect its system, try to have a common sense entry process. We're always angry. It's as if we want them to throw open their borders so that everybody will flush in. But the same Nigerians, especially those of us from the South, because no northern Nigerian is busy traveling, is we Southerners. We are the ones who will say our government has a porous border up north, that we are allowing Fulani herdsmen, in quote, and I'm not demonizing any group now, to float into that place and come and kill us. A lot of us say it, and we want our government to tighten our border. But we frown when somebody says it's going to tighten the border of America. And I keep wondering, in which world have you seen anyone open his border unintelligently with irresponsibility to everybody floating in? It doesn't happen anywhere. You put pressure on the system. And like Flagship rightly said, I pay taxes. In fact, here in Canada, I pay taxes. I don't believe in government giving me anything. I don't want them to give me anything. I want to be able to do a decent job, earn my income, and be able to plan my resources. That's what any reasonable human being wants to do. No rational, hardworking person is waiting for handouts. No reasonable person does that. It is always people who want to game a system that the ones always waiting on a government-instituted system where they give them handouts. And some people I see people, I've asked a lady who's always giving birth to children every year, why do you keep having children? And she said, because she's getting government handout. The more children she has, the more what we call CCB here in Canada she gets. But you see how people look at life. Many people want to be able to do a decent job, pay their taxes, but have enough money to be able to plan their family and plan their future. But when people are doing those things, and then you're floating undocumented migrants from wherever they come from, and then take the tax that the average citizen is paid to go and take care of those people, and to the detriment of the people, and you want them to be smiling with you. They can't smile with you. When they can't smile with you, they'll be angry, and then you call them racist. Yeah, who is ringing bell for me? I just started, and you're ringing bell for me right now already. See this Rudolph. I've told you, Rudolph has a grudge to grind with me. He has a conservative liberal grudge to grind with me, but I will conquer him. So, but anyway, let me just say, I'll end it here. For me, it would have been a bit. I rooted massively for Clinton in 2016. I just arrived in North America at that time. I rooted massively for her. But you know what? Down the line, I began to thank God she didn't win. And since then, I've taken my time to understand this system. Listen, I just sent something to Rudolph now. Kamala Harris has been very inconsistent in her messaging. And messaging is very important. She has an ad she's running, I think in Michigan, where she's supporting the Palestinians and demonizing Israel. And she has another messaging advert she's running in Pennsylvania, where she's supporting Israel and demonizing the Palestinians. This is inconsistent, and CNN just played it. The CNN anchor was shocked. It was like, that why is the Kamala Harris campaign playing two divisive campaigns in two different places? Because she's targeting the audiences in those places. It tells you who she is. The problem with Trump, I've said it every time. Listen, Trump is loquacious. Trump doesn't have the discipline of what to say with his mouth. But the truth about the matter is, he comes as he is. He's honest. You know what you're getting from. You know that you're going to get an undisciplined man who talks anyhow. But it's a fact. It's a fact. And genuine Trump supporters admit that, listen, this guy is loquacious. But we can go beyond his loquacity and look at his ability to fix things. This woman that is telling you she wants to come and fix something she's already sitting on. You created a huge deficit. You created a huge economic problem, and you say you want to fix it. How can you fix something you created? And by the way, you've been in office for how many years? Pandering to unnecessary things, pandering to things like LGBTQ. I'm not going to be afraid to say it. Pandering to transgender matters, and you left the economy.
Respect the bell, respect the bell, brother.
You said Bidenomics was working, and now all of a sudden Bidenomics is no longer working. So I think, in my view, economically, and like somebody has already said, in terms of trying to manage world affairs, Trump will be a better candidate, not because he's a man. No. A woman, there have been beautiful women who have run different countries in this world. The Prime Minister of Italy is doing well. Angela Merkel did amazing things in Germany. So it has nothing to do with gender. I'm not interested in the gender issue, but I'm interested in somebody who has a common sense issue. People will eat first before you start talking about esoteric issues. And I think the Democrats have lost touch. They've lost touch considerably. And they might pay a price for it if genuinely Americans, the way we're interpreting what is happening, if they are really serious, the Democrats will pay a price for it.
All right. Thank you, Chim. I just want to, as much as possible, correct some things that people say. It's difficult to do that because there are so many in one sentence. But you mentioned something I want to clear so that people watching at home, that Paul said something about people, government moving people from, that it was hidden, that it wasn't clear, that nobody had said that people, we know how people are moved around when they come at the border. We know that, for instance, we in New York, we know that Texas continues to move people from the border, bring them by buses to New York.
That's the narrative I was talking about. You see what you just said now. You said Texas. What Paul said here was that illegal migrants were coming in. They were not stopped. Under Trump, they were stopped from coming in and were being vetted. But this government is not doing that, letting them in. And then when they come in, the government is now trying to spread them across the country in the sense of they don't want them to stay in one place. That was what this guy said, and it was not Texas that was doing it. Texas only started doing it because Texas was trying to stop people flowing in, and the federal government was resisting them. And they said, okay, if you're going to do that, then we might have to take them closer to you in Washington or take them to blue states. It wasn't, and this is the thing that the media does. This narrative you're pushing.
That it wasn't what? No, I don't get what you're saying. That it wasn't.
So you said you're trying to debunk that people were not being spread around.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You said that it was hidden, that it wasn't, people didn't know.
No, I didn't say it was hidden. I said the media was denying it.
That what? That people were not moving from, from the
border. But people were not known now, Dr. Damage. If you didn't inform the public, that means they don't know. You are supposed to inform your citizens. This is what the policy is about.
Hold on. For us, I'm talking about me in New York, okay? We know that people are coming to New York and they are coming from other states, border states. And that the government... But
it's not the government that told you. You know because you are paying attention. You know because you are paying attention. Government did not inform you that that's what is going on. So people did not know. You can't use your experience.
Wait. Hold on. Because the government of New York City, the mayor of New York City, informs us, and they put in laws even to say, don't bring them in at night. Give us 24-hour information that you are coming so that we prepare for them. And we know how much it's costing the city of New York.
Rudolph, so let's not waste time.
Sorry, Rudolph, did the mayor came out?
Obviously,
go ahead, sorry.
That was not the point. The point I made, and I'm very clear, is that yes, these things are happening. Yes, inform people like you, Ovie, me, we know. But the media constantly is in denial of those things happening. And the narrative they push that is a conspiracy. That's the point I made.
Wow. Okay. I still don't get it.
You are right, Dr. Dameji. Dr. Dameji. You are very correct. The mayor informed you guys after the process is ongoing. You did not get informed. Say, come on, this is the policy that we are going to embark on at so time in the future. That was not what happened. It's already happening. People already alarming. Before mayor came outside this. Yeah.
All right. Let's not go far into that. Jagan, you're next.
Excuse me. Firstly, I would like to welcome one of the enemies within in Forefather. Wonderful, unfair, unbalanced individual. Anyway, I will continue like this. I don't really get the passion that Nigerians play in politics in countries that are not their own. It is as though there is a kind of spring, a well of spring that gives Nigerians abroad some kind of elusive mentality that, oh, I'm in a democracy. Oh, things are working well. Oh, I can go and vote. Wonderful. And it tells me that we really don't know what we're doing. We have no idea of what's going on globally. And we don't know that we've been manipulated and played. We seem not to have an idea. The passion, the bias. I'm listening to Kenny, and whilst he's speaking his mind, he's speaking more his bias to the point that he can give us untruths about things that we may not know. You know, we're in a public forum. I think it's essential to be as accurate as possible so you are feeding people with real information. Because we, amongst ourselves, we don't understand how much we have to protect ourselves in this crazy world that we're living in. This world is off key. I haven't slept since yesterday. And what's happened after Forefathers decided to kick me off the show unreasonably? I was receiving, I went to sleep about 4. I woke up at 5, 1 hour. And then I began receiving calls from my people in the States, my people here in the UK. I've called from my uncle in Nigeria. And I was asking them about the stress points that they are going through in their different zones, especially us in the diaspora. In London here, even Oyumbos are tired to hell of the pressure that we face in this country. We go to work, we come home. We go to work, we come home. We go to work, weekend we come. Most of us of age don't even have energy to go out and enjoy ourselves necessarily. So we stay. Those of young, they drink themselves to a stupor and then they come home. Now, when I'm hearing Oyumbos telling me that they're looking for somewhere to escape to, and they feel, this is their Oyumbos words, or they feel that one of the best places to run away to is Africa. They're looking to run away from the West because the politics is completely off key. Both sides are lying to us, no doubt. How can you have so much belief in either Trump or Harris? Are you all crazy? What belief are you having? Haven't you lived through both parties and suffered the same? You're suffering the same, no difference. Yes, Trump will do this, and no, Kamala Harris won't do that. But as there is nobody here whoever wins on the 5th, you are all going to be disappointed within that first. For all of you will be grossly disappointed. You're spending your time. Let me speak. I'm speaking. You can think what you want, OVA. Whatever it is, if you wish to vote, vote. I don't care. Me as an individual,
I can't vote. I'm not American.
Well, that's good. That's good. Me as an individual, I've never voted in my life for any idiot to be thinking that you're directing me. Are you an idiot? You can't direct me nothing. You can't do nothing. Wait, I haven't finished, please. I don't know. I don't think I've taken that much time. I'm a quick speaker. I'm not laborious like so many others. Please let me land.
Okay, go ahead.
What I'm saying is that we are all constituencies across the world. There are those who can really act globally. In this planet right now, there are two real leaders in the planet. You were speaking about Margaret Thatcher earlier, and I wanted to comment. My comment is that I lived under Margaret Thatcher she came in when I left primary school, and she left when I was in my mid-20s. She had a whole lot of time running things, and she ran things out of her own prowess. I saw and lived under real politicians. Today, every leader in the world is a weakling, a 10-foot weakling who has nothing to offer. They don't even have nous. They're not politicians, they're just there. And it's obvious that they're just there. And nobody seems to see it. They're passionate. Kenya and our other brother, who is not here right now, they're so passionate on different sides of the equation.
Jagun,
please.
I pay taxes in America.
No, so I respect that. I'm not saying that.
I determine where my tax money, how my tax money is used.
It's my turn.
Unless if you don't pay tax, this is when you don't have a say.
That you vote. Listen to me.
So leave it at that.
Excuse me, my brother.
Yeah,
I respect that you vote. I am saying the pattern that you're putting into your personality is far too much. He's just another human being, my friend. He's not any god.
That is me. The same way you don't want
let me land, please. I didn't really
interrupt. You don't have the right to tell me how to.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm speaking my mind. So you're always disturbed by people's comments because your bias is too much for your own head. But I'm listening to you. You listen to me. I'm just saying, I don't mind who votes or who doesn't vote. But we have to be reasoned. The opposite. Okay, thank you.
No. Yeah. Jagon, the point of
you've muted, sir. You've muted.
Okay. The point of ringing the bell is for you to round up. It doesn't mean
I see.
Stop. I
see.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you. I always thought that people were not respecting the bell. So okay, fair enough. Thank you. I understand now.
Okay.
All I'm putting to everybody is that we as Africans, we really got to open our eyes. We've really got to grow up. We've really got to stop behaving like children, because these matters are globally important. What people are saying is that the safest place to be in the world during a world war, the next third world war, would be third world countries, especially Africa, because This place I tell you what kept me up yesterday. It was the panic of, I'm in London. London is a direct target. Putin has a direct nuclear bomb facing London. I don't want to be here for that, to be honest. I prefer to get the fallout in Nigeria. I don't want to be. New York is going to be blown to smithereens. I don't know what you people are thinking about. I have no idea of all of your politics is. I have no idea. I'll land. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go to let me go to forefathers. I want to. I see what you wrote on the comment. You said that Thatcher was head of government, that the commander-in-chief was Queen Elizabeth.
Now, nonsense.
I wanted to know, yeah, because I thought I understand the British system, that the prime minister is in charge of the government, not the monarchy. But you know more. Maybe you know more. Tell us. So you can join us. Forefathers, your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for having me, and greetings to all the panelists. Is regarding the U.S. elections. My issue with Democrats is getting deeper and deeper every day. I keep looking into their history. I feel like the reason why Trump is emerging now is because the Republican Party started doing some of the things the Democrats historically have been known to be doing. Democrats are quite warlike, and I don't know whether it's deliberate or they're just downright stupid or something. They are responsible for more bloodshed in the world than any other party. Go and check the history. It's scary. You would think it's the Republicans, because the Republicans talk tough and act as if they want to kill people all the time. But from the First World War, Second World War, Cold War, Cuban Missile Crisis, name it, just name it. It's Democrats that are doing all of them. Nixon even went on to sign the deterrent they had with the Chinese, and sign some agreement with the Soviet Union and all the rest of it. As Reagan became a little bit more hostile, and then you have George Bush's, they came in, and now you have Trump back again. The reason why the establishment are running back to the Democrats is because they know somewhere along the line they lost their way. Remember, it was the Republicans that freed the slave, not the Democrats. And the thing about this in the Democrats is that they are quite diabolical. I'm really, really worried about those people that believe in them. They pretend as if they are your friends, but they will knife you in your back. And none of them really like us, but I really don't like the ones that pretend as if they are your friends while they are knifing you behind the back. That is really bad. And this is why I don't care who wins, but in the context of Africa, at least our people's eyes will be open to the real problem we are facing here. Because I just saw a democratic black man, right, pass a bill in America to manipulate, he used the term manipulate African people, control our opinions and all the rest. If I read that sentence, it will scare you that how can Democrats do this to their own people? And this is a black man too. And this is a party that black people vote for, doing this. Why would anybody, I really think our black people should never support these people, except they promise you something concrete, like something that they are going to do for you before you vote for them. Otherwise, don't find your own candidate, vote for them. And when they go to the House of Congress and Senate, block everything until they give you something. Because at this rate, none of them are giving us anything. Republicans don't like us. Democrats clearly pretend as if they like us. They are even more abusive to us. So start getting your own candidates, vote them into Senate, vote them into House of Congress. When the other parties are fighting, then be the tiebreaker. Start to wield your own power instead of these people that are not doing anything for us. What have they done for us? Look at the African continent. Look, and they are actively participating to make sure we don't succeed. Even Jonathan complained about it. That these people are active. They refuse to sell us even to Kanu, for crying out loud. Man, I don't know, man. My own reason for opposing them is different from what an American person that is in America will oppose them, because most black people in America, they will feel like, oh my God, all these rednecks will be coming after them when Trump is in office, which is true. but at least you will know you're black. You will know you have a responsibility now to defend yourself in this world, which is the truth. Democrats, they lure you to a false sense of security, this illusion of inclusion that never really does exist. If it did exist, we would be doing better by now. But I don't see that happening. I don't see them having relationship with us like the way they have with the Chinese or even the Japanese. No, they have a relationship to manipulate us and keep us where we are. And these people are so powerful that you have
You
to learn
getting
to
it?
oppose them. We have to have options. And in the context of America, let me just narrow it down to the politics itself. Look at what Kamala Harris is doing now. She's doing a lot of things her voters don't like. Her own voters don't like the kind of war that they are involved in. Her own voters don't like this type of world war that they are about to trigger. Their voters are relatively the peaceniks in America, but yet they are going the opposite direction. While at least Trump is doing what the voters want. If he wins, so be it. That's democracy in America. And I think Americans are not going to be better off for it. There's going to be upheaval in America if Trump wins. But at least black people, their eyes will open. I think our consciousness will increase. And by our consciousness increasing, our intelligence will increase. We will act smarter by force. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Janaba, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me. When somebody like forefathers and jargon speak, I would like to pass to the next person because the question you ask him is different. What he answer is different. So I'm.
He didn't ask me any question. No.
He asked you a question and you went all over the place.
What was the question?
Because you don't
He said
listen.
what I thought about was
You do not listen. You have no listening
I'm not
skills.
talking to you, Jago. I
You
know you
only
don't
have those
geopolitics, you will never understand to Nigeria. Anybody that does not understand geopolitics will not understand to Nigeria, period.
Exactly.
And I don't understand why you are thinking that we live in an isolated world. Since the beginning of 1900, you don't live in an isolated world. You live under America. It doesn't matter where you live. Now that China is coming out of North Korea. There's a reason we don't care about British election because they don't have power. They're also under American colony.
Wait.
So
My brother, it's John Abba's turn. It's John Abba's turn. And John Abba, I would like to know why you mentioned my name along with forefather. We are nothing alike. Why do you mention my
name? Stephen Wonder take off his glass in his room, but your glass is on.
You don't know what condition I have, my brother. You just want to.
That's not a problem. What I'm trying to say is that I just want to, I push you to a corner. I say I love you or love something. I couldn't even see what is on your chest. In another word is that when two people like you and Godfather speak, well, it was direct question by Queen and Margaret Thatcher, and he went on the way he went. And then to make it worse, we have to talk. So what is the problem? I say pass on to the next person and then ego, then I will come back and talk. So I can put my talk together.
I received the mic when it was passed. So that's
just in case, so next time I will listen better. What was the question?
No, you were spot on. You were spot on. There's a bigger than all
this. Because I thought I was addressing the American election.
Rudolph is still here. The question is different from what he
to Niger.
But it's okay.
Whenever you speak, most times what you say is too complex for some people to understand. So it's not your
red cap stand when I'm talking, please. My brother Rudolph, you are my brother, even though I'm a little older than you, you are still my boss. You look nice these days, like BP is coming down. Let the next person talk.
All right, Jefferson, you're next.
No, so Rudolph, sorry, hold on. Before Jefferson talks, Jefferson, please, forefathers, the question that was asked that you didn't answer was, you said something about the British system, and the question was, who was in charge of the British system? You didn't answer that part. I know because you focused on the main topic. That's actually where this whole brouhaha came. But Rudolph, in his usual way, wants everybody to be fighting. And he will not call us to order and remind us.
Leave him now. Queen Elizabeth was the commander-in-chief of the UK. I think once she was referred to as the commander, that the Margaret Thatcher was. Margaret Thatcher was never the commander-in-chief. She's just the head of government. Queen Elizabeth and the monarch is the commander-in-chief in the UK.
So when they want to go to war, who decides?
The final arbiter. Is Parliament and the commander-in-chief.
Yes, basically.
America decides.
Wait, basically, in making this square and clear, the monarch is the head of state. The government and the prime minister is exactly that, the prime minister, and they take all decisions. There are few things that they will ask permission, and that's just formality. They will ask permission from the royalty.
Yeah,
Forefathers,
that's how I understand
unfortunately,
that. So I don't know
forefathers,
why.
unfortunately, knows nothing.
I don't know why you can attribute what
Jack,
Aristata
stop.
Hey,
did.
bro, you played me yesterday like a tramp.
Take it
No,
easy
and
now.
you can laugh. The thing is, you can
All
laugh.
right,
You can,
let's continue the
you can
discussion
laugh
now.
about it.
Easy.
The thing is that you can laugh.
Jack, you be my
I'm not
man now. Why are
laughing.
you doing like this now?
Because I'm
Come on,
not
calm down.
laughing. I'm not here to play games.
Dr. Dameji, we didn't wait to Dr. Dameji.
Let's move on. Jefferson, you're next.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in every part of the world. Yes, of course, you all know my name is Jefferson. So basically, the subject we're all discussing about the American politics is a very, very serious one. And, just the same way as American US government is always looking at things in view of the interest of the American citizens. That's the way myself and other concerned Nigerians or Americans also look at things that will favor both obviously the home country we are from and the other country we are in. Before then, I could remember, if I was not mistaken at all, during when Buhari won presidency in 2015, I knew the way John Kerry was flying to Nigeria, meeting with the northern politicians at the time. In fact, look, I'm not a child, not in the literal sense. I knew something was cooking. Even the way our politicians was going into White House under Obama, I knew I could smell a rat. I knew something was cooking. Assuming Hillary Clinton had won that presidency with Buhari, they could have dealt heavily with the Southeast. When that's how I see it. I want to be selfish for once because the way Buhari messed things up, the way Buhari was ruling was obviously in a dictatorial mode, and at that time he couldn't get the backing of the American government because Trump was there, and Trump will not care. And now look at it this way: I know that Trump has been careless with so many of his statements and say, "Oh, shithole country" and all of that. But if we as Africans are sensible, we will take this. There's a saying that when someone insults you, you take all those insults as a building block to build up yourself. All this why now African leaders have been so stupid that when they will insult, they will say, this one is insulting our continent. They do nothing, and they keep on doing the same things that is causing our continent more harm and causing us more disrespect. And that's why we're in this mess today. And it's still a long way from home to fix, and it's going to take us a while. It's really going to take us a while. Now, let's just leave our Nigerian context out of it. Looking at the American context, I'll not lie to you. Harris might seem like a very gentle woman and all, but she's a slippery snake. I don't trust her. She might be so calm, she might know how to talk, sweet talk. That woman is very slippery. In fact, she even lies about her own identity on countless times. First she's an Indian, tomorrow she's a black before she go back again. I think I have a problem with that. And it's Trump's own, you know where it comes from, everything. You can even trace that. Let us start with there first. Why will you be changing your identity? And then again, another thing she was doing that I have a concern with was the fact that she, obviously with the help of Obama and co, Obama will go and be shaming black men and say, look, it is a disgrace for you to be voting a Trump. Or there's way he was saying so many things like that it mean the masculinity of black men to make a decision for themselves. Even most black women are willing to say that. However, it's very dicey because at the end of the day, people will make their choice. But from what I'm saying so far, most people are being to see things from their own perspective and try to see who they want to align with. And and that's the beauty of the democracy. But all I can say is that in whatever divide we want to stand by, let us be objective and let us see how we can be able to use what we have to our own. Let us be selfish for once. Yes, we want whoever wants to be there, but it should serve our interest. But we should also be objective about the whole thing. And we should also build our own image. Sorry, Bruno, before you leave. speaking of Margaret Thatcher, me, I have some. I don't really like the woman because personally, she did something I didn't like. That currently affects me. I can tell you that one for free. So if that woman is not somebody I want to even hear or see, that is my own personal opinion. So it's at the end of the day, it's in the hands of the American people to make their choice. But I can tell you one thing: Harris, our own person, might seem to get the job done, but it might seem to be like someone who can do it. I'm not going to question whatever she wants to do, but I kind of fear for that because even with this Biden administration, America is losing their respect currently. And I know that if Trump goes there, he's going to change the narrative, and most people will not mess with America the way they are currently doing right now. That is why I see it. Personal opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jefferson. Iguse.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. Please, my own problem is not that about Harry and Trump is my own problem. My own problem is that if America got it wrong, it will affect the whole world. If America got it right, it will also affect the whole world. Because if you watch the present economy situation of the world right now, you find out that this American election has an effect in the world. It's as if that the economy of America is controlled all over the world, including Russia, even China. It's affecting everybody because everybody are looking forward to see who will win the election, what will be the situation like, what will be the what business be like. That's the main problem. So being Trump or Harry is not the major problem. The major problem is that are they going to get it right? Also, is America ready for a female president? I asked this question before. Is America ready for a female president? Are they ready to carry on any decision it's going to make? Because any American president is likely the one that making decision for the whole world. Now, if Harry wins the election, is she going to stand firmly to decide and to say this is what is going to happen, or did she have people around her who are pushing her for her to win the election so that they will be the one making decisions behind the scene? That's the question I used to ask myself concerning this election, American election. I'm not going to vote. I'm not in America, but I'm trying to reason over some certain things. Now, look at the Trump. Every one of us will have to tell ourselves the truth. You know that Trump is a great liar. Trump can lie more than every other thing he can think of. Sometimes, the way I see Trump, if Trump asks me to stand, I will look twice to know if I can stand or to begin to disappear. But there's one thing I know about Trump. Trump always expresses his feelings. He don't hide his feelings. He always said it out. Whether it hurts you or not hurt you, he don't care. But this is not the kind of thing we need in leadership. Leadership is something that when you're ruling people, you have to rule people with a human face. Not the kind of ruling that Tinubu is giving to us in Nigeria. Children of underage are in prison. And so these are things we need to look into it that don't want it to see in the world. So the problem we are having in America right now, are they going to get it right? So that the whole world will be able to say, yes, things are going to move forward. In other words, America is losing their fame. America is losing their authority. Because when you look at some people who don't have strength to talk to America, now talking to America based on some wrong decision they have made. Now, if Harry wins, is he going to control what is happening in Middle East? If Trump wins, is he going to control Russia over Ukraine? That's the things we need to look into it. Because the issue of Middle East has made many people to forget what is happening in Ukraine. Who will be able to stand firmly to say Russia, what we are doing, the invasion that he doing in the Ukraine is not going to happen? Then who will bring negotiation in negotiating table? That's what we need. We don't need war again in the world. We don't need problem again in the world. So the people who are in America who want to make a vote, please, you try to make the right choice in voting between Democrat and the Republican. That was important thing and nothing more. So America is the main control of everything that's going to happen in the whole world. But let's do it right. Now, if America is ready for a female president, then let them go for a female president. But I know that in every election has the consequences. So any consequences that comes after the election coming on 5th, either positive or negative, you people that vote have to take the responsibility of that and nothing more. So in my conclusion, let's look at the right thing and say the right thing. Trump is not a saint. Harry is not a saint. Harry have their own negative side. Trump have his own negative side. If we look into some things that also happen, Trump are not supposed to come out for the president based on what he did. He created a problem in America, nearly destroyed the government house. If you look at it, but let's do the right thing so that we know where to go. Righteous man, I agree to you. Check your message. I sent a message on the private chat. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Eagles.
America don't finish for Ukraine. They're done with Ukraine. I focus on China now.
All right, thank you, Eagles Air. Let me just remind everybody that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have the Commissioner for Information for Anambra State, Dr. Law for joining us. We're going to talk about the governor's vision for the state, the Taiwan vision for the state, insecurity in the state, and the upcoming election for governor in Anambra State. So tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. New York time and 6:30 p.m. in Nigeria. So if you can join us, that will be an interesting conversation. We'll take a break from the American election conversation and talk about Anambra State and Nigeria. And of course, most of you know that Soludo has a national ambition. So whatever happens there will be of interest to people around the country. We are going to take a break. Today we lost 1 hour because of the change in time. My shift is supposed to have ended at 15 minutes ago, about 18 minutes ago. And the ladies' show is coming on 1 hour early today. So what I'm going to do is we are going to have a conversation on the kids that were locked up and sent to court in Nigeria. And then I will hand it over to forefathers. But before we do that, I think we need to take a break. It's about 2 hours into the show. Let's take 5 minutes break. We'll come back and continue the conversation. Thank you all for joining us. We always appreciate you. And we hope that you have subscribed to the channel, especially to Iroko Post TV. Remember that next year, January, we are moving to Iroko Post TV. So please, if you have not subscribed, we are still under 1,000. If we're not up to 1,000 subscribers on that channel, that will be very difficult for us to move over because we are not going to be able to monetize anything. So please subscribe if you have not. Thank you. So let's take a break. When we come back, we go to the next conversation, which is the kids who were sent to court. I got a text from people saying that their ages were not what we were told, but we discuss all those when we come back. Thank you.
Nanya nakami nekwekwe kona bia. Nanya nakebe nekwekwe kona bia. Ebem jelu ekweje gwanu mi femgeme. Omo abatano gwanu mi femgeme. Ejimgubwa, 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 ejimgubwa. Ekwe mbadike ekwe mbadike ekwe anọkwa mbeme ijelubia. Anọkwa mbeme ijelubia. Iwe bụ akpa ego wee bịa. Iwe dọkwasị m n'ụkwụ. Iwe na-ayọ m wee jụ. Iwe na-ebe akwa. Ị na-ebe akwa onye na-eti gị ekwe mgbadike ekwe. Onye ibe m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya. Ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya. Onye ife m na-ewe iwe nya biko wee gbuo ya. Ọsụkọsụ nwamkpi nya biko sugbuo ya. Selense.
To the court today. All of them are adults. Most of them are married men. None of them is a minor. Some of them are university graduates. The small kids you are seeing here, they came with some of their parents to come and greet their loved ones. They are not even the real suspects standing trial in this case. These boys were arrested in Kaduna and Zaria. Imagine the level we find ourselves now. Do you know how much it costs us to be at this level of a democracy in this country? These young boys are trying to destabilize Nigeria using the Russian flags and other countries, calling on the military to remove our president. Is it fair to even remove the state governors that they don't want democracy again? If you don't like democracy, are we forcing you? You go back home and sit. Everybody is enjoying their fundamental rights. Nobody is abusing their rights. Everybody is enjoying free movement and everything's are moving fine in the country. This boy is only for no reason.
10 years old boy, right? Me and this boy, they side cell. Apparently, these are the boys that the Tinubu government arrested, that they were flying Russian flag. All these children where you see like this now, they go prison because they could not secure bail for them. They are going to the prison now. They could not secure bail for them. Now the question is this: what does this boy know about flag? This boy does not even have a basic education, let alone knowing that he flew a flag. So you are charging all these kids for treason. Me, I just came out of cell, and I was with them. That's the craziest part. This morning I was going to pee when I woke up. I was going to pee when I saw this boy. I was like, this boy is my children. So now we came to court. They could not grant their bail. They have adjourned the case. So where are they going to sleep? They are going to sleep inside the cell again. And already they've stayed for more than 90 days. Today is the 93rd day. 93 days for all the children seated everywhere. Today is the 93rd. This one bowl. This one only. Which food? This one only. See everybody. And all the way from Kano. Where they carry from? From Kano. Brought them from Kano to Abuja. Where's their parents? Their parents now go they cry. Nobody see them.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for staying.
Thank you.
We appreciate all of you. So the next conversation is about this story of these boys who the government is still claiming they are publishing their ages and telling us some of them are 22 and just to justify the fact that they were picked up, and for lawyers for the government to say that they were plotting to overthrow the government of Nigeria or for Bola Tinubu and think. Anyway, you guys know better than me. I'm tired. Let me go to people who are yet to weigh in today, who are just joining us. Jonaba, I feel bad because I think you do this all the time, and now it backfired. Uh, when I come to you, say go to other people, I totally forget that we should come back to you. I'm sorry about that. It wasn't intentional. Um, Things happen. Well, let me go to Janaba, Laba, and go start from there, so they'll get a chance to win. Janaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. This is how the minority go through in Nigeria, the injustice, even on this platform. We're always going to be forgotten, but we refuse to forget ourselves. It is what it is. But thank you for remembering me, because when I saw that I was removed to backstage, I said that I was confused because the two glasses people talked before me and I had gone blind. So I said that I should be given. Then to make it worse, another guy that live on the weed talk again. So I was completely out of it. But is this what it is?
Thank you. We are glad to have you back. You can now have the floor now.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Rudolph, thank you. I was I spent 2 years. I spent 2 years in Nigerian Greekery. My mother, where I come from, by culture, when you lost your loved one, you wear a black a cloth. Rudolph, you've met my mom in New York. She wore that thing for 2 years because she thought that I've been killed. So when some of us speak to this issue, it's personal to us, to Nigerian injustice, and the corrupt system of Nigeria have no respect for anything. These children, regardless of what people come and put on the type and all of that, the government lawyer or that is saying that they are grown up, they are some of them, and in the same content say they are kids. So we see that Nigerian, we are our own problem. And it's difficult when we become our own problem for anybody to help us, even when we cry on national platform, oh, we've been robbed, we've been taken advantage of, the colonial masters. It's all sign of not growing up. And when you have a dishonest lawyer who is always there not for his conscience, I don't blame him. Maybe he's a defensive lawyer, he's a government prosecutor who come to do something that. But the issue you ask yourself is that if these are my keys, will I still say the same thing? So it's the bias we have in system. Like I was telling them yesterday on the other program we have, that someone that was locked up in Lagos for 7 years, the family don't know where his whereabouts from Ibadan. So this happen all the time in Nigeria. And some of us that come to this platform, regardless of your political view or ethnicity or religious view, it is appropriate that you look kids with empathy. And these are victims of the circumstances. It was also in this platform that somebody said that, oh, if you send 5 years child in Nigeria, they will lie to you. And I told them that these children are a product of their environment, and they're also a victim. That if they see what they see before them, is what they're going to do. So what they are doing in Nigeria never stop. And I hope we continue to speak against this injustice in our justice system that have taken us backward, that regardless of your political view, that you see things with love and empathy, just like you want someone to have for you. And what happened in that court, I take my hat off for the human rights activists, lawyers that went to fetch them and roll camera on them to see what is still happening in Nigeria, even if it is not on this case of protest, but it's happening in every other issues that children and even adults have no basic human right. And to me, is what condemnable, and I condemn it in all terms that this shouldn't happen in 21st century. And thank you, Rudolph, for and forefathers and everyone who see this as abuse of power in any shape or form, regardless of your political affiliation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John Alba. For those who have not seen some of the videos,
what kind of I don't know why. What kind of nonsense? For goodness sake, this is so heartbreaking. This is so heartbreaking. This is now. This can never be the country problem of Nigeria now.
Those are kids who are facing treason for trying to overthrow the government of Bola Tinubu, for holding Russian flag during protests. Let me go to Righteous Man, go that way and go up. Righteous Man, you're in Nigeria. I don't know if you've encountered what they call the justice system in Nigeria, and were you surprised?
I'm not surprised because I spent months, almost a year, in detention during Abacha regime. I've said it in this platform. I've at least paid the price for democracy concerning this nation. I was detained by Abacha regime. We were arrested at National Stadium side, Akerele side, when we were on protest by soldiers. And we were detained at Alagbon. Spent close to almost a year. And the natural cause took its effect. And then I was released. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. After that period of Abacha regime that we were asking for democracy and the return of the military to the barracks, my surprise is that the man who said he's championed democracy could allow this to happen under his watch. That's just the surprising thing. The justice system in Nigeria had been captured. It's a state captured. APC has destroyed the fabric of this society. We are living dead humans in Nigeria. And that is just the bitter truth. That is just the bitter truth. There is nothing that aid to life that we're enjoying in Nigeria. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. We know that it's not easy elsewhere, but what we're facing in Nigeria, even the countries that are fighting wars are not facing it. The kind of abuse we receive in Nigeria is not visible elsewhere in the world. So the problem we are facing here, just like I read the comment section, I saw some privileged Nigerians that are residing in the US trying to justify that those kids are adults that are married. Those kids under 14, Dr. Rudolph, that somebody at this time and age will see this picture and said they have been confirmed to be adult, married with wives and children. Oh, come on. There is God, though, just like Jonathan White said. There is God, though. Whether we believe it or not, there is God, though. People should have empathy. People should think, if these children are my kids, what will I do? How will I feel? Detaining these children for 3 months, and somebody wants to justify the reason for detaining them, why the criminals that have looted the treasury of this country, they are enjoying today, their children and wives and concubines are having houses in the Western world, living big. Why carrying ordinary flag has become a treasonable felony for kids, for minors that cannot differentiate the meaning of those flags. And those who gave them those flags to carry are left to have their normal life in the city. This is abomination. Let's call a spade a spade.
It is not good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, righteous man. Ovie, you're next.
So quick. You are not be set up, so. Anyway, I will take a different route for the obvious reason. You know, I think there's one thing we need to appreciate Dr. Dameji for, not on this have your say, but the other segment, 90 Minutes Africa. If you are deprived of history, especially the World War One history, just like I was, if you are not fortunate enough to find yourself in an environment whereby you can take advantage of the classified information, pay cheap for some kind of information, that's okay. But for the last, I don't know, 2 months, consecutively, I think started from the journalist lady, Precious, if I'm not mistaken. From her to the last guest that we have on this show, there's everything, not at least one thing from every of those guests that is actually happening today regarding the topic of we are discussing today. Because what those people did was to give us history from the past. Even though Atiku personal with Nigeria, they gave us history. So if you don't understand World War One, I am sorry, you have no clue what is happening now. And especially if you don't have the grasp of the Cold War that started from 1947 up to 1990, then you don't understand exactly the times that we are in. That's why the election is not about Trump or Kamala. Now, how do I want to say, how does that one concern what we are discussing? It's because we are in that era of Cold War again. Now, if you look at us, now to us in Nigeria from 1960, every president that we have, either in uniform or agbada, that has one or two things to do with the Soviet Union as at that time, is out. Either by assassination, by coup. Our civil war was largely because of exactly the times we are in. Because the Americans believe that if they actually free the Southeast, they will be leaning towards the Soviet Union. This is not just happening in Nigeria. If you look across Africa in the 60s, across the world in the 60s, pretty much every leader that was outstated has one or two things to do with where he or she belongs. That's exactly why I said this issue that we are discussing defines Bola Tinubu administration. Now you ask me why. Bola Tinubu administration did not keep those kids for the sake of keeping them. He saw an inch of what the northern people are trying to do to link him to Brexit, to what is happening, because today it's no longer the Soviet Union, but BRICS. That's why when Jamie Dimon came to Nigeria and gathered our leaders, say, come, this is what is going to happen for the next 10 years. All they could do was to scream. You know why? Because once the empire, once your masters, even though Nigeria don't like that word, once they are in war, it has to be financed. And how did they finance it? They have to go through all their colonies. That's exactly what happened in the 60s. So it's happening again. So what Tinubu administration is doing, I'm not saying he's doing it right, but I'm just telling you what is going on underneath. Right? Even though if you also check the way the Northern actually took the protest compared to us, there is more to it than just say hunger. Their number one son is actually in the midst of all these things. But most importantly, you can't afford, as a leader at this point, you can't afford to be in the middle, or let's say you are ready to say, okay, yes, do or die, which is India are doing. To some extent, we can say South Africa, but they are getting it off too. But Bola Tinubu, because he wants power so much, now like everything the capitalist West want is what he's going to do in total. So that's why that bill, that tax bill, he has to make it true, or it's not coming back. So the idea that the people are planting Russian flag under his administration, it's not something he can go to bed with. Because pretty much all of them, and when I mean all of them, all our leaders who want to be president are already in Washington, D.C. pockets. Every one of them. In fact, come down from the presidential candidates, all their surrogates, where are they? Either they are in the think tank, something in Washington, in New York, all of them. So when somebody comes to say, "Oh, well, we still have this in the American election," yes, because it is not directly impact us that our own election. If you don't understand, so what is happening? If we can't, as far as I'm concerned, those who don't want Tinubu to continue, they should keep playing that narrative that there's a link between him and the Russia, and see what is going to happen. So it is bigger than just those states.
I beg your pardon, brother Ovier.
Yes.
I'm confused with what you're saying based on what the topic is. Can you somehow bring it together?
Yeah, that's why I said, if you don't understand the World War, if you don't understand the Cold War, you have no clue what is going on. There's a reason I said that.
We're talking about those kids who are in prison.
They were in prison because of what? Because they carry Russian flag. So you are seeing it differently. The man in power is seeing it differently. It has effects. The man has to think carefully, or they will take him out by voting in another person. That's what is happening. They go and study Nigeria institution.
If you don't do this.
Okay, thank you, Ovier.
Well, I'm not here to talk to you anyway. I'm painting the story. You don't have to understand. You don't agree with it.
Thank you, Ovier. Jefferson, you're next.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you very much. Bumi, nice to see you. At least we have a woman in the house, and you know it's a very sensitive thing that has to be with kids. So, okay, we heard everything that you said, but basically, what we need to understand is that whether we like it or not, children's rights should be respected. So, if you notice very carefully, on all fronts, the Nigerian government has failed to provide a future for the children. Look, I will tell you from basic principles. Most of us that are seeing today that grew up in Nigeria, that did our maybe kindergarten, nursery, primary, secondary, and all of that, even university, we are survivors. We are survivors. I want to know why? Because maybe somehow, somewhere, either our parents took care of us, or some guidance took care of us, or some uncle or auntie took care of us. And in the absence of all of this, if you don't have anybody that's going to take care of you, you're going to literally be on the streets. And there has been a norm. You see, in situation where in Nigeria where we don't have future for our young ones, I think I'm kind of concerned about it. Many of us here come to abroad because we want future for our kids, our family. I just recently visited one of my sisters in Canada the other time. Her son was sick. He just took her to the hospital. And she told me firsthand that, look, that this boy is not going to receive any, he's not going to pay for anything treatment from 0 years old till he's 24 years old. And I was like, wow. And these are the things that is lacking in our system. We don't have a system where they are built to at least take care of kids. But here we go. We look at our politicians always flaunting cash, flaunting that we have it all. You know, showing that we are billionaires, we are well-to-do, but we don't have any system for the children. The only people that have something that the children benefit is if they are if the parents are working in a good company and they have access to hospital. In absence of that, what do we really have? Nothing. Right? We have nothing, and we should be ashamed of ourselves and see how we can get something and hold our government accountable. That is a question for another day. But we are still going to trash that. As regards what happened in the courtroom, I am disgusted. I'm very, very pained. No child should go through any of that. Okay, you said the child did this. Did they go and shoot anybody? It was a protest. And I can tell you one thing. Children learn from their parents and guardians. There is no way that there's nobody that will inspire them. Unfortunately, most of our parents and guardians are not good role models. They have shown us the political rascality. They have shown us how to steal, how to, there was no roadmap. The children have nothing to look up to. They are looking out for people that will inspire them. And when there's chaos, of course, they have to speak out because what? Guess what? People who are concerned are speaking out. And then they were arrested. They were put in jail for only God knows how long. And only God knows the torture they went through. And then coming out in the law court and they were fainting. Some lunatic of a judge had the infantry to open his dirty mouth and say they are adults. He's lucky that we don't have so many crazy people. If I see in person, I don't mind giving him a dirty slap. I swear. That's how pained I am. Sorry, please, let me finish my thought. That's how pained I am, because it's not supposed to be that way.
Yeah, Jefferson.
It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong
Jefferson.
for them to make assumptions.
Jefferson, I'm required to announce that we don't endorse violence on this channel.
I understand. I'm just pained. Okay, sorry about that. Let me refrain. But I am seriously pained. I'm seriously pained because everything has become so politically inclined now, even down to children. And they are looking at the level of suffering. The level of suffering, we don't even have any proper future for them. The only time they have futures is either one uncle, one auntie, or one person does something. And the government is there, they are stealing and doing whatever, and they don't seem concerned. I feel it's negligence of government that is causing all this, and it needs to be really looked into. This is all I have to say for now.
All right, thank you. Okay, Paul, I know I will come back to you, but let me go to Chim and Ken. And
I'm surprised you really forget me. Even when I'm the first, I only spoke once. No problem.
Why are they not calling me? I've been kicking me out all day. I don't know why you're doing this.
They say you are pushing wheelbarrow. They say you are pushing wheelbarrow. That's why.
That's a stupid.
Alaba.
Can I go on now?
Yeah, the Chim, go on.
Why would Chim go before me? I've been waiting for long now.
Chim, go on.
Okay, so can I want to speak on something else, or must I speak on this children's issue?
Yeah, we want to be sequential so that when we are doing the court, we have topic after topic, or unless,
Yeah, because I might have to leave, so I wanted to. One of the big issues, not even the Trump one that brought me, is the Ikwechegh guy that really brought me to the show today. I wanted to talk about it. So
you know him?
I don't know him, but I want to speak on the principles and values of what happened and why those things will continue to happen unless Nigerians begin to really push back on that.
Okay, if you have to go, we can let you speak on that. Just
all right.
You.
Okay, thank you. So, I watched that video. I've seen people support it. I've seen the shameless Deputy Speaker of the House of the Federal Representative also try to encourage that. I don't know anywhere in the world where a public servant who is paid from taxpayers' funds assaults a taxpayer and then is allowed to go scot-free. But you see, when we say some of these things, people think we just come here to complain. Everywhere I've been to in the world, and I'm fairly traveled, people who do those kinds of jobs, minimum wage jobs, you treat them with a lot of respect. That's why you see delivery people, when you go to make deliveries to homes, you see the recipients of that delivery thanking you profusely, acknowledging your efforts, letting you know that without you, they might not be able to do those things. That's why some of those jobs have tips on them, because they're not salaried jobs. And that's why society has this way of, I wouldn't say it's not an empath. And in most climes, it's also students that do it. The McDonald's of this world, they reserve those sort of jobs for students to survive. And some of those are members of the House of Reps. Those of them who come from poor homes and studied abroad did some of those jobs. But unfortunately, when they finish and go back home to Nigeria, they become oppressors. So I don't know in any society where a man goes to deliver a parcel to you. He calls you on the phone upon arriving at the destination. You don't pick the call. He greets you upon getting to the front of the house to ask you to refuse to respond to him. Then he calls your phone, and to his surprise, the phone that is ringing is the phone of the person who he's been talking to and doesn't want to pick it. And then the next thing is you're insulting him. I didn't see anywhere where that young man, the man simply said, "Come pick your parcel," which is the right thing to do. Come and pick up your parcel. You come out and you pick up your parcel. Pay him if you need to pay him, and then let him go. But you decided to assault him. And then you made very outlandish statements that you will make him disappear and nothing will happen about it. And then eventually the thing gets to the National Assembly, where they should first of all suspend the guy, tell him to take a back seat while they investigate the matter, and nothing has happened. But I'm going to tie it to a bigger issue. I've been telling people who want to listen, do not vote for someone who is unable, who sees you as beneath him to seek your consent to represent you. Nigerians haven't understood it. This whole, oh, our son is involved thing that we keep doing. Your son does not come to seek your consent. He doesn't come to say, please, I want to represent you. This is why I want to represent you. These are the things I bring to the table. We just vote because it's our own. He's our son. We will continue to suffer it. And this has nothing to do with ethnicity. It cuts across every ethnic group, whether it is in the South, Middle Belt, anywhere. We have rascals that we have allowed to be unleashed on us. And is that rascality? Those are the same people who are, back to the video you showed. I wanted to link it. That's why I wanted to start with that one. That is why somebody will go to the president and Nigerians are against his policy and they come out to protest. Then you dislodge them, arrest them, and you accuse them of treasonable felony. Treasonable felony for protesting against affordability issues in the society, their inability to feed themselves. You accuse them for a civic responsibility that they owe themselves. So I think the point I'm trying to bring out is I hope those of us who vote back home are seeing it. I know we say they will rig elections. I agree. I'm not contesting that. But people need to start coming out to make enough comments in terms of their votes when the time comes, because people take these things for granted. I love what a Flagship said when he was talking about the US election, where he said the way people are taking this matter, you understand, and they are taking their destiny in their hands to say, listen, for those who it is affordability issue for them, they're coming out to say, you know what, I can't do this under this particular government again. I need to get somebody who's going to protect my financial economic issues. Those who think it's abortion that is their concern, I'll come and say, okay, fine, I don't like this other man who's grouping people. I need to make a statement with my vote to make sure that I don't have somebody who is going to perceived or real, infringe on my right to do what I want to do with my body. Nigerians don't take this thing seriously. We came close in the last election, but we need to begin to take this, scrutinize these people at your local government level. When a person comes out, ask yourself, where is this person coming from? Why do you want me to vote for you to be my member of the House of Reps? We don't do this. That boy is an Ojus Okalu boy. These are the people. I'm not even sure he's married. These are all these boys who he has groomed, who he was using to do dirty jobs in Abia State, and he has helped, including the guy who is right now sitting as Deputy Speaker of the House of Reps. I am on air saying it. They know. These are his boys. These are the people he has unleashed on the Southeast and Abia State people. They are the ones who disrespecting voters, because it's wrong. It's the same attitude with the people who are prosecuting those innocent boys. Okay, someone will say they're not innocent because they carry. Okay, fine, I might hold that back. They've not been tried. Even when in custody, you didn't give them food. They are looking malnourished. So I'm going to end here by saying Nigerians need to stand up and say, you know what, we've had enough of all this. We can't keep having people who disrespect us. Somebody is telling somebody that is being paid with taxpayers' fund is telling a taxpayer, I will make you disappear. And nothing will happen to you. So I wanted to bring that because for me personally, it was a huge deal during the week when I saw that video. I'm like, what? How can you do this? So it's the same thing with those little boys. And I want to rest my case on that. Thanks.
All right, Chim, thank you so much. I just wanted to point out that he was charged to court and he got bail for 500,000 naira. And he also apologized. I'm just
Rudolph, those boys, why are those boys not out on bail? And why can't the boys apologize?
They've not been able to pay. That's what the government is saying. They've not been able to make their bail.
Okay. All right. That's okay.
All
no
right.
problem.
So let's go to Paul. I'll come back to you, Kenny. I'll come back to you, Kenny. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah,
I think I skipped you once.
Either violate a man of his type and every other thing, threaten for him to disappear. Bail bond $500. Those young kids, $10 million. 10 million naira, sorry to say. But two things first, I want to challenge that lawyer according to the video that you played. It makes me laugh. I live in the US, and most of us that live in the South, there's different countries call it all type of name, some type of national number that you're going to get. Like in the US, we call it Social Security. But in Nigeria, they call it NIN. If our NIN is working, please from your NIN, they will officially know your age. You see how the country is not working? Where we literally beg to get NIN. I don't even have NIN. can renew my passport. I went to Nigeria, fight till I come back. Twice now, I don't have NIN. They punish me. I need to bribe to get my own national number. It is funny. The NIN has been working very well. They will not even contest the age. That is one aspect. We are Nigerians. We give people money in the street. We just empathize with people. We sympathize with people. We just understand this person is going through challenge. You just copy your water, 10 naira, we'll give them 1,000. Say, go, don't worry. Even we fondly give it a name in Nigeria these days. They say, give away. But what type of police detain this boy in cell that don't even have sympathy nor empathy, that can't even feed them from the bribe, the proceeds of the bribe that they collect? Look the way this kid looks so malnourished. Then I still want to challenge that lawyer again. If the lawyer said these guys are adults, they are graduates, they are married men, how come the prison rejects them? Because they reject them, so Kuje prison reject them. That's why they were staying in the police cell. You understand? Twice, even as at 2 days ago, when they went to court again, they want to remind them in Kuje prison. They still reject them because they are minor. That is even an institution of the government also rejects them because of their minor. And they ask the question, you understand, where is the juvenile place? They say, oh, the juvenile place is under renovation. You know, I like Nigeria very well. When you see when the road will bad, they'll say, oh, it's not in this year budget. Or they'll say, oh, we would have done it, but because of rainfall. Like we don't know that we'll have rainy season every year in Nigeria. So when you see the height of stupidity, we give all this type of excuse. But where is it taking us to? Nowhere. Doctor, I have a young girl who have 3.9 GPA. She's in a 400 level. About to get admission and everything. The university say you can't get transcript until you graduate. Your transcript starts from your first semester. They say, no, we can't give transcript until you graduate. Why waiting for this graduate when this child can actually pursue his scholarship for 2026? That you just know that it's laid down. This is where I'm going when I graduate from school. You understand? The university
Take me
say,
off
no.
to make Ansat happy, please. Take me
So,
off
so,
that
so,
he can
so,
be happy.
doctor, when you see all this problem, these lecturers, you apply for transcript, you want to get your transcript and everything. They tell you all this nonsense. 3 months, they can't give you transcript. I have a lecturer who is in the US who is crying the same thing. I said, this is what you do to very many of us. You understand? I want to get my transcript, I will beg. But here in the US, you already have your ID number. Just go to your portal, put your logins. You can get your stuff and everything. So when you look the lie, the way they punish this kids, you put these kids there, then I disagree with Ovie a little bit. Say, oh, because of Russian flag or no Russian flag, Tinubu have to make a statement. If Tinubu have to make a statement, the statement is supposed to come in the place of politics. You should have just put your opposition, pick some random adults, not kids. You understand? Even though the international community too going to make mockery of you, they're going to laugh at you. Look at the kids in those dog and everything. Some people will twist this thing around and put it on TikTok. They will use it to ask us all these dumb questions that we get, these ignorant questions that we get. We living here in the West every other day. It is a shame from the government, and it's a shame that those police can even come on from proceed of your bribe. Still use it to do good thing, like the story of the Piccadilly circles in the UK. Still use bad money for once to even do good thing. But guess what? Our pastor and our father say, don't give poor people money. It's going the wrong way. Bring it to us. We will bless the money, then you'll get it in 100-fold. That's the type of people we are. And I'm so ashamed of the system. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Now we have time crunch. We are running out of time because at the top of the hour we're going to have a different show. Typically, I leave 3 hours into the show and hand it over to forefathers. So, forefathers, we have to continue with this stream for the next hour. That's when the ladies will come for their show. And after that, forefathers will come back and continue the conversation. We had a lot of topics that we mapped out. I know that because of changing time, we started late today. But next week we will be in line with what we normally do, which is 3 hours of the first show and then 3 hours of forefathers, then the ladies, and then we go back to forefathers if he's able to do that. So thank you. I know, Kenny, I know you are there. I know you are next, and Bumi is also there. I want to welcome a Black Beauty to the show, and a color. I want to welcome you all. But on this note, I will have to take my leave and hand over to Forefathers so that he can continue. I thank all of you for joining. Those that supported the channel, I appreciate all of you. Forefathers, please take it on from here, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, Equalala is next.
No, it's Kenena.
It's Kenena.
Kene, you know I'm trying to skip you now. It's just one of those things. You know, I have to. So thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Kene, okay, please go ahead.
So you see, when some of us were crying that the judicial system is filled with Sharia lawyers, those that did not go to law school are now the judges and the lawyers in the judicial system. Some of you were not agreeing with us. Now listen to what a lawyer was saying. But I'm not here to condemn the arrest. Neither am I here to support Tinubu's government. You all know that I'm against that government. You know, it's an illegitimate government. But let us not be emotional with this conversation. This, my friend, Ovie, whom today I will crown him as the most logical thinker so far on this platform. He has been questioning, trying to remind us of what is going on, kind of direct our attention to the sinister motive over this protest, but we're still not getting it. Now, we have these children protested. If they had protested like normal Nigerians, just the way they had protests during the COVID, during the NSAS protests, I, for one, would have been against the government for arresting them. But they did not. Who gave them the Russian flag? Didn't you know that it was an organized kind of protest? Somebody spent his money to purchase those Russian flags and hand it over to them to protest with. And you are not seeing that. And that, according to your constitution in that country, is a treasonable offense. And the constitution stated that a child of 7 years that committed treason, 12 years that committed treason, can be arrested in that country. Is in your constitution. So it's not like the government is doing something out of the constitution. This is what the constitution stated. So a 12-year child can be arrested if they found wanting, especially in the treasonable offense charges. So they committed a treason. Just the way Nnamdi Kanu and his loyalists were arrested. Now, a lot of Southeastern children were arrested till today. They are still in prison, and none of you called for their, their release. And today, because the Islams, the Muslims especially, they know how to play that victim mentality, victim card. A pointer is what is happening in Hamas. They will go and kill Israelites, and when the Israelites attack, they will start taking videos and pictures of children dying and all that, just to deceive the world, to call for attention, to call for emotional support and all that. That is the same thing that they did here in Nigeria. They organized it. The children were they did not faint on their way to court. They did not faint wherever they were, held. It's when they went to court, they started fainting. Matter of fact, they even look healthier than the way they were before they were arrested. Go on the street of the Northern Street and see how Almajiris look so malnourished. I believe they were not being starved where they were kept. They were fed. They feed them good food. Don't you know how much they budget in the Nigerian prisons? Don't you know how much they used to feed them every day? 18,000 naira each person. That's what they consume, according to federal government. And now they are playing Takia card, game of deception, and some of us are falling for it. Those children committed treason, just the way, according to the Nigerian constitution, just the way the Southeastern children were arrested, and still today they are still in prison, and nobody's calling for their release. And now you want me to call for their release? See, it's for emotional people that will fall for that. Now, somebody's trying to compare the 500,000 naira bill that was given to that dishonorable house member that assaulted a taxi driver or Uber driver. Compare it with the 10 million that was set for these children that were caught in treason. Now, I want to ask that person, did you not hear about the 10 million naira that was set on Nnamdi Kanu with other properties? 10 million. He paid, he provided that. So the taxi driver, the dishonorable member did not commit treasonable offense. That is why maybe his bail condition was set for 500,000 naira. Not I'm supporting that anyway. But we have children that were charged for treason. 10 million naira is not a big money. So that person that bought flags for them, mobilized them to go and protest, should come and pay those money. And then yesterday I was asking questions. Who are the parents of these children? Are these children really Nigerians? Where were they imported from? From Niger Republic? From Chad? To disrupt a government? Just the way they imported them and used them to disrupt Goodluck Jonathan's government. Have you all forgotten that? The kind of protest that was held in the north then during Goodluck Jonathan's regime, and they pulled the government, they made videos sent to the whole world and everybody, including Obama and his wife, we are against Goodluck Jonathan. Don't you know that that is exactly what they want to replicate with Tinubu's government? And if you were Tinubu, will you sit down and look them achieve that? Tinubu did what he's supposed to do, arrest all of them and lock them up. And emotional people are falling for it. Call a spade a spade. If you want to go against injustice, go against injustice.
I don't know how you.
May your candidate win. Your candidate will win in Jesus' name.
Even if all this stuff, or even if all the things you said were true, even if they were grown-ups, you don't put them in prison and starve them. How we cannot see that simple part.
Agreed. Nobody can go around that one.
They are better starved than get killed, than get fired. Just the way they fire the South African children.
He's willing to go around anything at this rate. Okay, who is next? What's this comment now? Where did this one come from? Ikolala, welcome. Been a while. Thank you for joining us. What do you think about these children? When did you see this thing, and how did you feel when you saw the young ones in prison? In court, not prison.
Yeah, in court. Thank you all, and good to see every one of you. I have a different take in the whole thing, because what you see in the Nigerian system is impunity. It's impunity. I mean, you have anybody can come here and say, hey, it's the children committed a treasonable offense. Why do you have a DSS? Why do you have intelligence service? Why can't they check out who is sponsoring this protest? Where did the children get a flag from? You don't just pick the easy fruit and try to make a point of yourself. No, it doesn't work like that. You go to the source. If you really want to deal with things, you go to the source. And it's impunity. It's impunity that a House of Rep member can say he would make someone disappear. It's impunity that the Minister of FCT was being asked a question by a few citizens, and he walked up to one of them and said he will slap him. And it's impunity that the president of a nation could put children in jail and starve them and even show it to the nation and say, okay, I've done this. What would you do? And some of us could sit here and say, hey, he has a reason to do that. Where is your intelligence service? And you are actually countering yourself by saying that
nobody said it. Nobody's blaming the. Nobody said we should blame the kids.
Okay, no, don't do that.
No, because we are spreading misinformation. That's not what we said. We are here. We'll never die. We're here. You are misquoting us. Nobody said that.
Okay, all right. Well, but this is my take, whether you said it or not, and I've not mentioned you. I mean, it's a lack of, the system doesn't work. It just doesn't work, and the agitation is coming because the system doesn't work. So we should look at it from that angle first. If the system was working, there wouldn't be so much protest, to the point that some people have decided to call on another nation to come and help them. And if they've done that, you look for the source. and say, okay, I'm nipping the bud. There's a word they say, nip the bud at the source. So if you have not nipped the bud at the source, how many children are you going to arrest? So if those people decide to sponsor some other children tomorrow, then you're going to arrest those children and put them in jail and do the same process all over. It's a roundabout. Then it makes no sense. That's my take on the matter. It's impunity of the system and the leaders, and thinking, okay, what can Nigerians do? They're going to come out, they're going to talk, and we're going to have some people who will support us, and everything will be hunky-dory. We'll all be fine again. And it goes on and on and on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ikolala. A Black Beauty, thank you for joining us. As always, Bumi and a Black Beauty, if you wanted to say something, you can go ahead and just, go ahead and say what you need to say. Please go ahead. What do you think about these young ones? And how did you feel when you saw them?
Well, I'm still in Nigeria, as you know. When the protest was happening and I saw the video of maybe there was about 15 of them walking together with the Russian flags, I didn't immediately think or know that they were children, number one. So that's just me observing with my eyes. And then I also wanted to read something for you all from the Congress Budget Office, from congress.gov. And this is, I know that Tunisia is aware of this, but this is the HR 7311, Countering Malign Russian Activities in Africa Act. The HR 7311 would direct the Department of State within 90 days of the bill's enactment to develop a strategy for countering Russian efforts to undermine democratic institutions in Africa. The bill will require the Secretary of State to report the implementation of this plan on an annual basis for the following 5 years, beginning 180 days after enactment of HR 7311. The bill will also direct the agency to provide in each annual report a survey of similar initiatives undertaken by foreign entities, detailed intelligence on the identity of local actors complicit in Russian activities. So I just want to set that up before I make my commentary, because my commentary it's building off of OVA's point, which is that it does not serve the interests of the Nigerian public to align themselves with Russia at any point. Russia don't got no jobs for you. Most of y'all work in America. Most of y'all live in America, and y'all children is about to be some Black American kids. They don't have no place for y'all to live. They don't have no citizenship for y'all. And I'm not saying this because I'm in Nigeria right now. I'm not like the most gung-ho American, but I am an American. And I know what that shit has done for me as a Black person. And I want you all to have the opportunity to continue to get the money that you deserve to get from a country that has enslaved the Black body for hundreds of years. So what I'm saying is, when I saw it immediately in the protest footage, I immediately thought, why are these men out here with the Russian? Oh, they better not do that, because that's going to mess up Nigeria's ability to transact on a global scale. That's going to mess up Nigeria's ability to get any kind of loan and funding from the IMF or the World Bank or any of these bodies, even though you all don't necessarily support that. Those are things that are continuing to, in some way, build on this economy, even though it's not necessarily trickling down to the individuals. I understand that point. But my thing is that I'm trying to see where the benefit lies for people that think that they're going to align with Russia over America. I mean, it's a clear, obvious choice to me. And my thing is, you don't want America to enact this bill, because like they said, they can enact this bill and within 90 to 180 days, your visa can be revoked if you come from a country where little boys is throwing up a Russian flag. So yes, right? I know that my genealogy points to the north, but I'm going to say, put the little boys where they got to go, right? Put whoever's responsible for sponsoring the little boys, find them. Because Nigeria cannot be aligned with Russia, or else you won't even be able to travel here in the holidays. You're going to have to go through France. You're going to have to go through wherever you have to go through to even get back home to your own place. Think about all the Cuban people that can't travel seamlessly back and forth home. They have to go. I know this because I'm Caribbean. They have to come through Jamaica, and they have to take other boat routes from Jamaica and Trinidad to get home. That's gonna be you. So those are my comments, and y'all could just pass that one.
Thank you. Bumi,
Please,
please go ahead. No, sorry,
can
Bumi
you
wants
take me
to.
out and bring Pansat, please?
My Pansat is not here. Okay,
Sorry,
I can take
sorry,
you out.
sorry, my
Listen,
sister. That was the bill from the congressman from New York, right? That you just
I don't
referred to.
know. I
Yeah, it's
don't
a
know who it's from, but I gave you the number, and it wasn't it's not enacted yet, but they can.
yeah. He has the first. He has the first vote. First vote has been gone already. Yes, it was a congressman
We've
Milk
been
from New
watching
York that
this.
passed it.
We've been watching it since they proposed it in late 2021, and they drafted this in 2022. What I'm reading, there's also an amendment now. They're
Yeah.
calling it Combating International Drug Trafficking and Human Smuggling Partnership Act, but it's the same damn thing. It's the same bill, and that language is still in it. So what I'm saying is that it is a political. It's treason what they've done.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you were spot on.
And
You were
it
spot
can
on.
endanger every Nigerian who is benefiting from the economy of America. Because if your visas get revoked and you can't work no more and you can't get your money out of this system anymore, I mean, that's not a good position.
what
I
is the
really
benefit?
believe.
Do you see the state of Nigeria? What is the benefit?
No, Tunaja, do you ever ask yourself why FFK? They just forget about FFK. That's Fani Kayode. You don't ever ask yourself why. He's a victim of that.
So be it. So what is in America that you want to go to? I don't understand
No,
this thing.
Come on, let's be
Tunaja. It's
honest
not
here. Can
about.
I speak
We are
as an
not even there
American?
yet.
Can I speak
We are
as an
not there
American,
yet. That's not what
please?
we are talking about yet.
Let me, I'm sorry. I'm in Nigeria, but I must speak as an American right now. I have to. Because the truth is that y'all got to work, right? Y'all got to get
Why
some of
can't
this
you
No,
money.
speak
we
like
don't
a
have to
human?
work there.
Why can't you speak just like
Are
a human
you
being?
saying that we have to work with people
What
that
I'm
don't care
saying
about
is,
us developing?
okay, you want me to speak like a human being? I'll speak like
No,
a
I'm
human being.
asking.
I
I'll
said
speak
that.
like, I got you, Dragoon. I got
Okay.
you. I'll speak like a human being. I will speak like a black human being. I will always be black. It doesn't matter what. Here's the
Well,
situation.
we don't need to
In this
resort to
No,
that.
no,
in
no,
We
this
no.
don't.
Please,
global,
please, let's
Sorry.
leave it. Let's leave it.
in this
Let's not get.
global
Let's just let her
economy,
finish.
in this
Because Bumi
global
wants to say something
economy,
too.
people need resources. And unfortunately, and I'm not above it either. If America fall and I got to go to China to work and make $1 or whatever, or you want whatever, I will go. And that's the point I'm trying to make. People are
Very
in
good.
America benefiting from making money and enriching their family back home, right? You always
Very
talk
good.
about that. People that go Japa and they take that money and all that money, those billions that are being remitted back to Nigeria. Well, how y'all
Great.
gonna do that if y'all don't have no visas and working papers?
All
Great.
these things are good, but the issue is
Wait.
we
Oh,
if
can we
They
stop?
said
Can we
Bumi. They
just stop
said
this
Bumi
now,
would
one at a
speak
time?
after.
And Jago, you too. Yeah. Bumi will speak later. Let her
They,
finish. Then Bumi will
can
speak.
I
I'm
go
done.
after Bumi? Is my request.
I'm done.
Depends
I
on.
haven't spoken in an hour. You've seen it now. You've been here.
I don't. No, I didn't. I have to go like from the bottom. You see, before it
No.
goes back to the top. It's all right. Bumi, please go ahead. It will come back to you. Bumi, please go ahead. Ikolala, when Bumi finishes, and maybe you can interject. Please go ahead.
Ikolala has spoken already. You understand? You need to do this thing properly, my brother.
See, don't worry. I'll get Jago. We are here now. Okay, we
Well,
are not
do
here.
the thing properly. Ikolala interrupted, which is fair. But he's really spoken and made his point.
Oh, he's
I
not
have
spoken.
not.
Don't worry. He's on his interjection. 30 seconds maximum. Bumi, please go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Because I feel like my internet is acting up.
Loud
Just
and
to
clear.
clarify, can you hear? Okay, thank you. So before I make my comments, I wanted to just throw some current data when it comes to like the standard of living regarding children, because we are talking about children. So the Nigerian population, the current Nigerian population is approximately 224 million people. And out of that 224 million people, we have 110 million children under the age of 18. Now, when you look at that, that's half of our population. When you look at that and you observe like the standard of living of those half the population, we have a population that has a infant mortality rate of 53.676 deaths per 1,000 births. And when we go to malnutrition, you have a population. So out of that 110 million children, we have 11 million children who are going to face who are basically on the experiencing severe poverty, debt that has to do with malnutrition. So they are probably going to die from malnutrition. So that's 10 million children. When you go into how many out of school children you have in Nigeria, you have like 10 million out of school children in that population. You go to illiteracy rate, you have from the age 7 till 14 children who don't know how to read. And you go to a lot of other statistics. I can put it in the chat if anyone is interested. But coming from that aspect, when you look at the present situation, when you talk about the kids being sentenced to death, I don't know why any of us are ever shocked. I remember when Dr. Damages always asked me, remember when we changed our national anthem? All of this thing is not shocking because it represents how we as a society or our government view children. There is no respect. There is no whatever you want to call it. Children are not important in our environment. So when we act like, oh, this is like going against human rights, these people are dying regardless. They're just advertising it. That's just the difference. The difference is just you knowing it and you not knowing it. That's just one part of it. Now, coming back to the whole geopolitical issue regarding whether the Russian flag, because someone mentioned that what was the reason why those kids were actually brought into court and being sentenced. I think it's very interesting that we are reflecting our whole existence on how other people are doing their business in terms of how that. I'm trying to phrase my submission in a way that makes sense. So
you're doing wonderfully. Please continue.
So thank you. Regarding whether or not America wants to trade with us, regarding whether or not Russia wants to trade with us, we as a society, way it's structured, we're going to die regardless. I'm not manifesting, I'm just talking about how things have been structured. So if we're saying that we have to play to these people because America has imported a bill or whatever, so because of that, we have to play with them. And that's because, so we're not going to respect these children's right for freedom, expression. By the way, these kids don't even know the difference between Russia and America. The same way we talk about history, they don't know what history is. They don't know the influence, the geopolitical things that we're talking about. And even coming to that, even the whole American thing, we're talking about America that is facing a whole threat when it comes to BRICS. They have they're fighting either Russia or China because we saw, I don't know if anyone has paid attention to Twitter so far. There's a whole not agenda, but the news has always been about BRICS, how 100 and something countries are trying to get into BRICS and trying to use that as a new payment trading system and that. America is dealing with that. And instead of us to figure out what works best for us, first our humanity, and then look at, okay, who is the next person we should play, because you need a big brother in this game, because that's geopolitics. You need to say, okay, who is making sense? We are playing a game where our humanity doesn't count, and we are listening to the big brother that also doesn't care about us. America doesn't care. Russia doesn't care. No one cares. But the saddest thing about the Nigerian state is we, as a society, also don't care about us.
Don't care.
Wow.
Oh, you're wonderful. My good goodness.
Nice. Nicely said.
Hold on. Let Ikolala.
We are going to go next. It's just 30 seconds.
No problem at all.
Can we try to rest it, please, and try to keep it brief, Ikolala? You can see that there's a lot of pressure.
30 seconds. I'm just going to. If I go more than 30 seconds, cut me off. You see, we kind of put our own sovereignty based on, and she has stated it so well. We put our sovereignty.
She stated it. My goodness.
After every other person. I mean, somebody reading us a bill. that was read somewhere that would stop us from gaining our. What have we gained? 64 years from these people. The same thing is
30,
happening in India right
30
now.
seconds, Otigbo.
So my
Almost.
All right,
question,
okay.
my question,
That's what I must
as
stop.
rebuttal to that,
Thank
can
you.
I just
Thank
make
you.
a, just
Have
a
a good
question
day,
as
everyone.
Yeah,
rebuttal?
please go ahead, Black Beauty. You know you're free
My
to.
question,
Bros,
just as
you said it all. You said something. Now you're going against your own word.
Hey,
Don't
Jago,
do
my
that.
man, how can
No,
you be
don't.
like this? Eh?
Please
The
don't do
women
that.
you have to allow the
No.
ladies have their space.
Madame has spoken, and what I have
No,
to say,
she just
what
want
I
to
have to
interject.
say, she would still also respond to. Do your 30-second thing, which you've done, and allow me to speak.
I gave my
Don't do
word.
this.
I
Oh,
gave my
God.
word now.
Bro,
Jago,
you're
calm down.
frustrating
Calm
me.
down. Help me here. See,
Just,
Go ahead, Dragon. Go ahead.
can you
Go
please,
ahead.
Jago, she wants you to go ahead now. Go ahead.
all I'm asking, forefather, please don't frustrate me. I take our conversation seriously.
Can you allow him to do his job so we can all have peace?
Please go ahead.
That was nonsensical. Anyway, just like your statement earlier, and I would like to begin like this. Firstly, Bumi, you're a star. You're a fantastic individual, and you must always keep your heart in the place that it's in. You see, there are a lot of old men here and griped old people that don't. Their selfishness is killing them. Their lack of understanding on what it is to be a human being is effing them. I will cease from swearing because I have a lot of vitriol in my gut. I did not understand necessarily where Ovia was coming from, and it's not the first time. Ovia is an intelligent guy, but following him for me was difficult. So I asked him, "Are we dealing with the same subject?" I couldn't grapple with what it was. When Madame came in now, and I saw the comment, I could further have some appreciation on what Ovie was saying. Black Beauty expressed Ovie's point of view, and obviously her own, better, clearer in my ears. Not to say it was better than Ovie. Please don't take offense, because we like to take offense unnecessarily on this show. Ovie made a statement earlier on the chat for me. And I'm not going to sword fence you on the chat, bro. I'm going to speak to you directly here. That's what this platform is. I ain't doing that nonsense. And then I'm afraid I have to use the term. The crass individual that calls himself Kenny, he too went to join on the chat. Why doesn't he come here and speak to me instead of interrupting? You can speak directly. Those things aside, you see, I don't know why idiotic Americans and Black Beauty, you know I love you. You know, I don't want you to take offense either, but we have to check ourselves regularly. What the hell is America? Who gives a damn about America? America is
a place
losing
to get
power.
money.
But excuse me, my darling. Excuse me,
A place
please.
to get money.
Fair enough. Now, please excuse me. It's not the only place in the world that has money. In fact, all they do in America
That's
is
facts.
print money. All they do in America is print money. Their currency is fiat. It's emptiness. But because we are so myopic and we don't understand shit, we then feel that we are actually spending real money. You're not spending any money. Dollar is crap and it's about to go down the drain if you don't recognize. Now, let me say this. When I saw, just like Black Beauty herself, when I saw that image and that when the Russian flag was on, and I looked at it and I felt I understood something. And whether or not those people who were carrying that flag understood what they were doing or not, I felt strongly, because again, it was in the north. I felt strongly that that is obviously a connection with what's going on in Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Now, these countries have come together and they're deciding for themselves. If you're all blind and stupid, they are deciding for themselves what they're doing. They are playing the game. We idiotic Nigerians, and I can't believe what's been uttered here, to be frank. We stupid Nigerians have no understanding at all of the game of death that we are playing out here. Wait, please. Wait, please. Now, I would say this to you guys. As Nigerians, as a country, we are supposed to be within the top 5. We are not anywhere near it. We're nowhere near it. We haven't established ourselves. We just be loading ourselves, showing off around the world, doing nothing. Yet now we want to run to America to get what? Money. You stupid bastards. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
Can I make a comment?
Please, now you've been doing well.
My black beauty.
I don't care. You know I don't care.
I'm not aiming it to you. I'm aiming it to out.
I'll be up in China. Listen, let me tell you something.
Wait. Please let me land. I've got a lot to say before. Please let me land, my brother, before you throw me away. Please. I'm not directing my comment of bastard to you. I'm saying that we as black people are still not thinking. We think we're thinking, but we are not. You see, the position of the planet right now, China and Russia are in the driving seat of what's going on. They are in the driving seat. No matter what you're saying, the rubbishness of Kamala Harris and idiotic Trump, they're not going to do anything for you people. I'm going to cease from any swearing. I'm calming down. They're not going to do anything for you. You can believe in them if you want, and fair enough, but they ain't doing shit for you. So
Thank you. I think your time is up, Jargon.
Can I get 2 more minutes? Please don't do this.
No, you can't get 2 more minutes. Now, come on, look at the time.
Fair enough. Don't let me land. I want to land.
Can we allow it to this thing? Let the lady go ahead. A black beauty. Please let her respond, please. A black beauty, please go ahead.
So now I understand what Jagun is saying full and well, of course. That's not hard to understand. I think sometimes Jagun has points and he thinks that they are beyond people's understanding, but I am not the one. I'm definitely on your wavelength.
I'm happy to hear that because I never been.
Now, what I want to say is, what I want to say specifically, here's the thing. Here's what I want to say specifically. I want to say that I think Black people forget our position in the world in general, whether you're Black American, Caribbean, or Nigerian. We are workers and we de worko. That's what we do. Right?
I hear you. You are being disruptive now.
So no, I'm communicating with her.
Just let her finish speaking, please.
What I'm saying is that if you gonna be a worker, go somewhere where they pay you the most. If you're gonna be a worker, go somewhere where they actually give you some citizenship. If you gonna be a worker, go somewhere where you can.
You see, Ekene, I don't know what you got against me, bro. I have no idea.
I don't have anything against you. I'm just trying to help you. You're not being civilized.
And so that's all my point was.
We have a lot of time. We don't have time for this.
Should I make it again? Really quickly.
Fathers, I've got a quick question.
Let me just say what I have to say, and then I'm be done.
Can we let her just finish, please? Let's calm down about this.
And I'll just repeat. I'm sure certain people heard it, and I'm glad. But what I'm just saying is that we forget our position as Black people. We are workers in this capitalism thing, and capitalism is the order of the day. And the reality is that you're not Russian and you're not Chinese, and you're not going to be Russian or Chinese. You Black. Just like how I'm Black, just like how my Jamaican father is Black and my grandmother from Louisiana was Black. And that means you a worker. This is capitalism. So what I'm saying, if you're a good capitalist, you trade in your skills for the highest bidder. That's all I'm saying right now is America is some of y'all's highest bidder aside from the UK. In terms of who's going to pay y'all in the way that I'm going to tell you right now. In terms of who pays you your salary, who allows you to build your businesses within their country and their continent, who allows you to have citizenship and continue to serve in whatever capacity. You don't even have to be in the bottom of society as a Black person in America. You can come and actually become someone. That's not the same thing you can do in Saudi. I'm sorry. Or Dubai. I'm sorry. So the reality is that what I'm saying should not offend anyone if you understand where you're at as a Black person in a society. You are a worker. And so you go and you work where people appreciate you and you get your money. And so I'm not over here saying America. I'm sitting in your country right now. But America allowed me to work from.
You've triggered a massive conversation that needs to be had after this session because you are basically saying we should remain a kind of
I know where she's going with this.
I was the one who said 100-year plan 6 months ago.
100 years of working for people.
Here's the real truth. I'm not the one saying that. I was the one who came here and said 100-year plan for Nigeria, and all of y'all said no, it's too long. It's too long. Here's the honest truth: you're not willing to do the work. You're not willing to do the work to reshape your society. And so if you're not, then you need to go wherever they're paying you the money to build their society. They're paying you in America.
You know, that's the essence of this. That's the essence of this platform. We are here to reshape our society by discussing, to make sure that whatever we are discussing gets to the government and we have a good reform. Yes, I'm among one of the beneficiaries who are working in the US. US is good, but it's not entirely the ultimate, because back home we have resources that can take care of us in multiple folds. But we have wicked leaders who are there that are
now. Nobody, I think Flagship wanted to say something. Please, Flagship, go ahead. After Flagship, then you can go ahead.
Thank you so much, Prof. Marcus.
No one's saying what he's saying is incorrect. He's saying the right thing, but the truth is the truth. I just, it is what it is. Say what you want.
Please,
right,
Flagship, go ahead.
Thank you so much. So here's where I stand. I know we've deviated from the topic, but what she said just now, and I think Ovier and someone else, is really something to really consider. But what is this absolute, for lack of a better word, absoluteness that we give to America, Russia, and China? I checked. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger pulled out of that nonsense. And we know what they are aligning with. Have their visas of the Malians, Burkina Faso folks, and what do you call them, Nigers that are in America been revoked yet? Have they been sent home? Do you know what these Western nations stand to lose if that HR stuff you're talking about is passed? Someone is just pushing a bill to make it look like they're doing something. If you cut Africa away from these folks, they go down. You and I know it. We cannot give them this absolute power and authority or big countryness that we think they have. They depend on us. And you're right, Black Beauty. We have not yet figured out how to get ourselves to be on the driver's seat. And we will. That's why we talk. That's why we share ideas. That's why we say we're looking deep into what is really playing. And then we figure a way to get on that seat. These guys depend on us. We don't depend on them.
Facts.
Well said.
What is this whole stuff we're talking? If America does this, if China does this, Russia does this, Africa is up in flames. It's not true. It's not. Never. And will never be. That's why you and I are here. So when we see what they do to us, man's inhumanity to man, which is at a high and very alarming level in our country today, it only makes them look bigger. But when we stop this nonsense and stop showing these pictures to them and let them know that we have what it takes to be in the driver's seat of our own affairs in Africa, they will sit up. They depend on us. We don't depend on them. No matter what they throw at us now, Dollar and the rest of them. If we get back together and say, let's do it, they will want to come sit and talk with us. America doesn't have that absolute power. So if Tinubu is trying to make a statement with these kids that are there, someone bought Russian flags, give to those children. I don't care where they came from. Niger, Burkina Faso, anywhere. They found themselves on the soil of Nigeria. And they are being treated like piece of crap. And you telling me why Libya would not do that to our national team? Because we don't speak out. And here we are trying to give America this authority that is just right out there, that they themselves even know that they don't have. It's this illusion that they sell to us, that we are holding on strong to, that makes them feel like they're on top of the game. We need to step back down, look at ourselves eyeball to eyeball. We know we can do it. Let's stop this crap that we're talking about. HR or whatever law bill they're passing, Russia and Tinubu and what not. But look at our kids on the street. Those are African children, even if they are not Nigerians. They are African children. Do you think America will put their kids
on TV for you to see and do what Nigeria did to those kids, for you to see that if they come out on the street and protest against Trump or whoever, do you think America will do that to them? North Korea has not done it. We regard them as whatever regime they want to call them. This picture is bad. And we are the ones doing it to ourselves. It's almost in our culture. It's intertwined. And here we are talking about what the white man or the Caucasian folks are doing. Let's get back and take this thing and work it out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I must commend Bumi for her comments today, and she really did move me, and I'm sure she moved a lot of people with what she said. That's why it's always good for the younger ones to start emerging, because their views, they put their words differently. Let's put it that way. Yeah, Ovie, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. First of all, let me start by saying that I'm glad that we are now actually having conversation. Last week, when they thought say we no be free people, everybody talking Naibo at the smoke, right? You see how the conversation don't center. We are beginning to ask the right question. But come, we could not deceive ourselves. You cannot give what you don't have. We don't have power. Don't let anybody deceive you. I am a realist. I am telling you what is happening. That's exactly what the lady is also saying. What Bumi is alluding to, saying that Bumi is alluding to what we should be doing. And that prompted me to ask question, who is we? Right? And that's why I say to Nigeria, you ask the right question. Is it the capitalists of the West or the new BRICS? I said it last week. We missed it. We are not there. We failed to organize to take advantage of times like this. I said something exactly last week. So who is we? Are we talking about we, the poor people that have been locking up all our leaders? Because there are two different people. Our leaders understand exactly what is going on. They have decided to pitch tents with the West. So what we are saying is what is already existing. We are not in between, say, where we will go? Are we going to go? No. We are in the hands of the West, the American. It's not that we are praying to, no, we're already in their hands. You see our leaders, all of them. So the question is, when you say we, is who? That's why I keep shouting. Instead of us to be looking for a president, let's look for somebody that will organize us and take advantage of times like this. So when our sister is saying 100 years, they're not saying you should sit down and wait 100 years. Start planning, start organizing, start making move. The only country that is in a position to take advantage of this fight between the BRICS and the West is India. We are not there. Bola Tinubu, that's what I keep saying. Everybody that visited us, from Bill Gates to the deputy secretary to Demon, why do you think they are here? It is because we've already opened. We are in their hands. 2 weeks ago, when I asked our guests, at what point did the CIA or America take over, capture Nigeria from the British? He said in the 60s. That's where we are. Somebody was using good Lord Jonathan while they come out. Go ask for Murtala Mohammed. Go ask for Shim Shagari. Go ask for the first school. That's why I said to my brother Jagun, if you don't understand what happened in the First World War, you will have no clue what is going on now. If there's anything like that, we are not in position to take advantage of the chaos that is before us. Right? So, yes, the question we should be asking, is it BRIC or the West? But we are already in the West. So, leaving the West to join the BRICS, then we should talking about the consequences, because there's going to be consequences. Are we ready for that? But most importantly, none of these are leaders, from Shewore to everybody, that is opposed to the Western way of the way we are living. So it's not the question of, we are supporting America or not supporting America. And please, to those who are listening, make una go find that bill and read them. You get why? Anybody can shout, say we get power. No, we don't. We don't run our economy. We don't run our God. Nothing. There's a reason why our leaders, they go west every time. It is because they are already sold out. So it is not about, this person. No. Bumi is a question Bumi should be asking. Where should we go? But before we even get to ask that question, who is we? Right? It was we. We have to. So when delay say 100 years, prepare and take advantage of every opportunity because things they change. It is
Thank
a
you.
bigger one. The election has nothing to do with personalities. It has everything to do with what is coming, which do me also alert to. And I asked one of our guests, define tech revolution in China, which is the bedrock of all this thing is going. Where are we? So
Thank you.
when I dey ask all this question, it's not because it's because of already what we are in. That bill is very important because from that bill, even what we are saying here, they fit use them against us. Nobody say America is almighty, whether I like it or not. We speak today. But people say if you want live a poor or moderate life, live in a rich country so that even when you are poor, you go still get money for pocket. That is what that lady was trying to say. She is not
Let
saying
me
that
say,
oh America is
can I
not
say
in it.
something?
If
Let
you
me
are
say,
planning to if you are
okay.
planning
I'll try to keep
if
it
you are
brief.
planning to live a so it is not about where we go. You see, where are we today? We are under the Western influence. So is Britain, so is Germany, so all this country. So to say we won't come out now, I don't know who is the we. Is it our leaders or we that have no clue of what is going on?
Yeah.
So you see, the children are victims of what is going on. More victims are going to come. Trust me. And the God bless us. Bola Tinubu passed that bill that is coming from IMF. It don't finish. So we are already in. We don't take side already. So how do we get out of there, or how do we take advantage of the side we are in? Is what the conversation is about. It's
Thank
not
you.
about
Thank
somebody saying, nobody saying, no.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. This in
My,
okay.
my apologies. My apologies, guys. My computer actually went out on me.
I thought you finished actually,
No,
because you made a very solid point.
I'm not going to take long. See, the point I'm trying to make.
Let's just
You
allow
stop me now.
let's allow Bumi to just add. Then you can go ahead. Bumi, add what you want to add quickly so that flagship can go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna be very fast. I totally understand the point that a black beauty and OVA is coming at. I understand that, but my submission was mostly identifying who we are as people. Like you have clearly stated, we are obviously at the hands of the West. We listen to them, everything about our personalities, West, whatever they say. But my
Our
stuff was
leaders.
basically our leaders, even mine is even saying our people too. They're part of them. We're all under them. Because when you look at our personality in terms of us complaining about these kids are being, whether they're on their age or adult or whatever, Nigerians' population, half of it are under the age of 18. More than how many percentage of these kids that we're talking about are going to face death based on malnutrition? My point was mostly talking about who we are as people, what we have accepted, because I think we tend to put all the blame sometimes on our leaders. Like Ovia has clearly pointed why Tinubu will react the way he is in terms of, when they raise the Russian flag, why they would really are against that. But for us as people, it shows that we are also part of that. Like, we have also been enslaved to accept the fact that more than half of the population are literally dying, whether you're with the West or with Russia, because I think some people, because a black beauty, you made a point that, look, Russia is not going to give us anything. My point is that whether we go to Russia or stay with the West, none of them care. They absolutely do not care. Because if you can tell me we are with the West right now, half of the population is going to die. What's going to happen? What's the difference between if you go with Russia? Half of your population is dying regardless. So it's for us to think for ourselves first. Once we cannot think, in this world we live in, we both know we need a top G to survive. Whether you're with the West or you're with Russia, you need one. And that's what Burkina Faso has done. They're aligning with Russia. But for you to align with someone, you have to have dignity first. We as a society, we don't have dignity. Even if we want to align with the West, we have to have dignity to align with them. If you want to align with Russia, you have to have dignity. But right now, we are just slaves doing whatever they want. And will forever be abused. And that's why you go to their country, no matter how much investment you put in, you'll forever be seen as a second-class citizen. In the UK, there was a black woman that was recently put into government. And a lot of people are like, oh, she's not even British. So until we understand, that's my submission. That's where I was coming from in that aspect of things. So I don't disagree with you. I'm coming after how we think as people.
Thank you. Flagship, go ahead, complete your submission.
Well, again, my apologies, but and I don't mean to yell at nobody, but sometimes these things just get me worked up.
No, I think I like seeing you like that. To be fair, you are speaking from the heart.
It gets me worked up when I think about this thing, because I work with these people every day. I talk to them every day, and I work with people from outside America every day. Look, Bumi put it right. Now, I can't say no more better than what she said. But let us, if we really want to get ourselves out of this mess, let us do what the Chinese did. They were oppressed. They are workers. They've got the numbers. But they figured out that in order to stand toe-to-toe with what these guys that are in the West are doing, we have to first go study what they are doing and bring it back home. You, me, and everybody else in the diaspora. Why do we choose to be workers who go there to live and die? I'm privileged to information. That's why you and many others, they are privileged to systems, how they work, how these things come together, and what makes this nation great, or nations wherever we are great. Have we thought about taking it back home? That's what the Chinese did. My background is biomedical research. I've worked with a lot of these people. America, I mean, I'm talking doctors, surgeons. They come and they work as lab assistants. And after 6 months, a year, maybe 3, they pack up and leave for no reason. They got what they want and they go back to use it. Why don't we think in that same direction? We have great Nigerians in the U.S. military, in the academics, Wall Street, education, name it, every aspect of America. We have great Nigerians that play key roles in these systems and structures. Why don't we think like that if we really want to get it out? Let's stop blaming the leaders. Yes, maybe they're tone deaf, or they're not listening, or they're puppets in the hands of the West. So were the Chinese. But today, they are calling the shots that they are giving America a run for their money. Why can't we do it? We're the strongest in Africa. They are investing the most money in the biggest embassy that they have in the world is built in our country. It's about to be completed now. Why are they doing that? It means there's something we've got other than numbers. We've got brains. We've got the ability to use these things, even if you're a janitor where you work.
Can I just ask a question on that? Exactly what you just said. We've got brains. Exactly what you just said.
Put these things together. Come up with white papers. Let's go back home. You and I can do it. We don't need them. I can work with you. We can get off the screen and start talking to each other. This is what I know. This is what I know.
Agree with
this
you.
is how it's done. Take it home. Start from one community at a time. That's how we can make it.
I just want to ask one question. Because, I've thought about that, and that's one of the reasons why I'm even here, just because I feel like that is the role of us as Black Americans, maybe to help bridge the gap and try to bring some of that knowledge back home. But my question to you, Flagship, specifically, is what happens when we come back home now and we start building our corporations and we're getting sued for theft of intellectual property because we worked in the industries for years? Now what happens?
So here's what
you see, for example, I'm going to give you exactly what I'm thinking about. So I think about the innocent vehicle.
Sorry, we've got a hard 2 minutes to break because there is another show coming up. We will resume after the show in 3 hours time. So I'm sorry, it's just what it is. I think this stuff caught fire just 20 minutes ago, and but we've got to close out. I'm sorry. It's going to be a hard break, and whoever wants to speak, sorry, righteous man, I see you there. I know.
If I spend my time in Nigeria here, my data burn everything. and you just shut me out and you want to close. Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
Sorry, and it's not my fault. I see, we are still on. 3 hours later, we're going to be back here to finish the discussion. I'm really sorry about that. And there's a next show coming up. I think it's about childless couples and the sadness that comes from it. So you can join them. It's hosted by Tope O, Pastor, and
sorry, Fofana, point of correction. You are reading the wrong thing, Fofana.
Am I? Okay, which one is it? I thought it was that one.
It's a women's segment. We're talking about the US and we are continuing on what we started last week. Point of correction, please.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that for the correction. Oh, yeah, let me see. It says 9 p.m. Yeah, American decides. Okay, Kamala Harris, Trump, and yeah, that's coming up right next. I think most of you would still want to talk about those things anyway. Thank you very much. Till next time, we'll catch you guys in 3 hours time, precisely. All right then. I'll see you guys later. I have to go now. This is what it is.
Arise, O compatriots, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our fatherland.
Our heroes past shall never be in vain. To serve with heart and might, one nation bound in freedom, peace and unity. Hey, that's so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Arise, O compatriots.